Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Hi, how are you doing? I hope the answer to that question is fantastic. Kinda grooving here. Make sure all my music is gonna be copyright free to stream. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Hello there. I hope we're having a fantastic time. Oh, coffee, fresh new coffee really gets the energy going. Cool. Messages, phone messages. Sometimes you gotta check them out. All right, so today we're drawing. We're gonna do art stuff again and again and again and again and again. For those of you who are just joining, and to re-emphasize my own goals. I've had a lot of false starts over the years where I've tried to learn to draw, and I've never quite put the time to paper and pencil. Tutorial hell, I have more how to draw beginner videos and YouTube channels watches than I have hours with the pencil in my hand. We're hoping to change that. We're gonna change it. I have had this desire to learn this for decades. I can think back to some of the earlier attempts when I was making my own little web comics. Again, didn't last long. Like 4 drawings. But we're here now. We're putting in the time, and we're gonna try to have some fun with it. We're using this stream as a disciplinary tool to get discipline. Because I'm pretty good at turning on this camera on a schedule. I feel like I'm going to work and I'm answering to the viewers, the viewers, that I'm putting this kind of pressure on me. I'm setting alarms. I'm waking up. I'm getting out of bed. I'm setting up a workspace. It's working out. I'll tell you what's happened for the weeks leading up to this. Because it was a couple weeks leading up to this when I was kind of dabbling my toe back into art. The weeks leading up to this, I'd get up, sit on my computer, and I would play idle games. And the whole day would be gone. But we're gonna try to be more useful with our time. It's actually been a good week. It's been a good week. This is the first week. The next 2 weeks are gonna kind of be broken up. I'm gonna stream like Monday, Tuesday, skip the rest of the week for a vacation, and then like Thursday, Friday the following week. But as long as we get right back into it when we return, I'm absolutely certain we can keep this going. And I'm looking forward to being good at this. good at this. That's the nebulous goal right now. We talked about it yesterday. As I maybe learn more, I can kind of focus in my goals on something more measurable. But right now it is get good, draw. I guess the goal is draw every day, right? That's a goal. That's a measurable metric. Where are we at on the ghost dumpling? Oh no. It's that gif of the ghost trying to find its way into the dumpling. It was good. I didn't watch it on volume, and maybe I should have. But I guess as I looked at it, you could see what it was going to be, and you knew the whole joke the whole time. And it's just watching the train wreck happening live. Like, you know it's coming. The dumpling is there. It looks like a butt. Specifically whole. Anyway. Paper. Pencil. We've got those things. Let's get our setup a little situated. We're going to stick to digital on Thursday. That's a good, 1/5 of my week. I feel pretty good about. You did watch it with audio, and it adds a bit, but not much. Good to know. Good to know that it was exactly the joke I thought it was. Because if you had said, oh no, the whole thing changes, the whole meaning of the joke changes, I might have to watch it again. I do think the idea of tracking our progress on Friday is a good one. I don't necessarily know if it's like a this Friday or an every Friday thing, but I think, if we had some kind of measurable progress bit, but I don't know. I don't need the leather thing. I've got all the stuff, all the pencils in the box. But I do need some paper, right? Because we're going to start with our warm-ups. An important part of these warm-ups are, you know, the line work, holding the pencil properly. Ideally, over time, we develop a good, confident stroke. Let's lock ourselves into our art pit here. I have some reference for later. We're going to step back a bit in complexity with that one. I am looking at, let's go into our notes. Did I write them down today? I didn't. And now the keyboard's way over there, so we won't need that. The idea is in the description, though, down in the title. For the schedule, we're going to do our warm-ups. We're going to do shapes and gesture work. That's the art tablet, which currently holds all the Steam stuff. Nothing there. Nothing there that's super crazy. I didn't just reveal a bank account. No, we're fine. We're fine. Wild though. Let's go and put my YouTube music over there. Keep that track. The Ghost Dumpling also looked like it had a good, confident stroke. What was it, like a 2-frame animation? Oh, I don't need this yet. We do need the micro pen. I think we're gonna need another micro pen soon. We have them, but I don't want to confuse. I don't want to confuse the heavily used pen with the new pen right yet. We'll see where we get. Let's pull up my list of warm-ups though. Got a couple we want to do. I say 3 to 4 of these. Page skating was fine. It was a good one for the pen. We actually did most of these with the digital tablet. Let's do some of these require pencil. So let's start with our trace the line bit. Yeah, you can see the pencil almost needs a warm-up line of its own. Oh, we're gonna have to, we'll stop that right here. You having performance issues there, Micro Pen? Just a couple. Oh yeah, we're gonna replace you real soon. It was an art tutorial, hints to your relevant to your current work. So we're tracing this line. And this wasn't a great line, so we're just gonna get it. I guess we're just gonna get it done. We're gonna get all of these done. But my second line there, of course, created some problems. Oops. I guess one of the real tests is what can I pick up while I'm on vacation? A little family vacation. You know what? I'm going to draw every day, right? Ideally. What am I going to do? What am I going to learn? I have my tiny notebook here, so maybe I'll, you know, kind of show off what I worked on in this book. Maybe we'll do a bunch of homework in it. I say homework, a bunch of study. Well, maybe we'll do a bunch of studies. More gesture, more shapes, more perspective, a couple fun drawings. Or that line was too good. I had to go above and over and past it, didn't I? I can see is the pen. Like when I take my time on the pen, it's inking well. Maybe I'll take some courses on the way, stuff I can listen to. Usually audiobook, my drives. We're gonna have to find an audiobook for both of us. We could do Wind and Truth. We can listen to Wind and Truth on the way. That's awesome. New Brandon Sanderson book, and I think I got the title right. Book 5 of his, well, of one of his series. Book like 20 or 30 overall. That man can write. Probably some YouTube tutorials you could follow along with too. Yeah, I have 2 courses. I have purchased maybe 3. Maybe I have a third one on Udemy, but I have 2 by a guy named Proco, who does a lot of art classes online. Substantial, size classes. And it's kind of that stuff I've been using to come up with what we need to do each day. But I probably need to repeat some of his earlier work because I've been watching, video 1, 2, 3, 4, so I can come back and draw 1, 2, 3, 4. But I haven't been watching like video 1 and doing 1's homework and then watching video 2. I've actually skipped around and picked and been picky about which homework assignments I wanted to do live. Like construction, structure, the stuff we did yesterday, the assignment was like with an animal. And I just, did people. Maybe I should start with an animal. So it's not, maybe I should follow the coursework, I guess, is what we're saying. See, we're still getting that fraying on the end, and I kind of lose sight of where the end point is, so I think it gets even harder as I draw these lines. But the next one is, let's do a straight taper. Let's pull out a pencil. Warning, pencil noises coming. I wonder how loud this is. I want to watch the microphone. This is the sharpener happening. What's the volume? Let me put that on the monitor. Okay, that's quieter than my voice. Like a third of my voice volume. Okay, so straight taper, and I'm already navigating this overhand grip, which, because I'm doing the hybrid bit, I don't know how much I want to actually stick to. Because the idea here of the straight taper, and we've got a thick pencil, a dark pencil. The idea of the straight taper is I'm going to draw a straight line. It's going to start thin, get thick, go thin. Let's see if I could even muster that with the space we have on the page. Okay. It's like when I get the straight line, I don't get the taper. When I get the taper, I'm not getting the straight line. So we're going to spend more time. Let's do this for a minute. Lines. Maybe we focus on the straight line first. I do have a tendency to arc my line just a bit. Try to sharpen this a bit more. One of the reasons I went to mechanical pencils, all the sharpening I seem to be doing. Having these lines from the exercise earlier is nice. Too bad I didn't fill the whole page with them. Alright, we need fresh paper. We're gonna put a whole bunch of lines down. We're not even gonna fret it. This is something I should be able to do. Well, the goal would be to be able to put down a straight, purposeful line with a taper seamlessly. Should I be ghosting these? I forgot if I should be ghosting these. Ghosting gives me accuracy, but doesn't give me any value in this context. And it occurs to me I've thought of taper wrong. Taper is not the value of the line, it's the thickness of the line. So that when I draw a tapered line next to a tapered line, they merge more seamlessly for a confident, clean line. So, a little more sharpening. May I just move that away? Can I reach it way over here? Probably. I can also sharpen back here. Give myself and the camera like a buffer. A me buffer, if you will. Sideways. Let's give ourselves a line real quick. A guideline in the middle of the page. Hey, hello there, spoopy art ghost. We were just talking about art ghosts. Not spoopy ones, but dumpling ones. Hello and welcome. There is indeed water in the coffee. I know, I made it myself. And hello, Ragdoll. Welcome to the channel. As I get used to double chat, I'll have y'all remember we're multi-streaming, so y'all might not talk to each other. We are currently working on just straight lines, just a warm-up, but we need to work on these. Hey. I did turn that alert volume down quite a bit, and I'm surprised to hear it's still pretty loud. Oh wait, that wasn't the follow either. That was the. There, I'm gonna click some buttons. We're gonna click some Twitch alert buttons. It was wild because we set these things up months ago. You think just because we haven't, streamed a bit. These were channel points. Channel point text to speech exists, and its volume is like 14%. Just for funsies, 7%. For all I know, it's just really loud in my ears and not loud in your ears at all. There we go. We'll just half that. Hope we're having a good day. Hope we're having a fantastic day. For those of you just kind of joining, we're learning to draw. We have spent years with false art starts. I've wanted to learn to draw for ages. So we're hoping, that's pretty straight, hoping that our dedication to streaming, our discipline to streaming, the fact that I say I'm going to be here and I will be here on time, and we can just take this time and we can put pencil to paper and figure out art. Figure out drawing specifically, but art. I did a little bit of, we did digital yesterday. Like, we're going to do digital stuff on Thursday so I can get used to the tools. Make sure we're using our whole shoulder here. Suddenly, a lot of those lines looked really good, and now I'm curving again. And I'm doing this, like, arching curve with just about every line. Alright, one more page. Actually, let's do some 1-point boxes. That's what we need to do, 1-point boxes. I fully support the drawing. I knew you would, Spoopy. One of my art buddies. Getting used to digital medium is important. Would you like some advice? Pick your elbow up so higher than that. Yeah, I would love advice. I have no teacher. I have YouTube and some courses. I am self-taught, so every bit of advice I would love. Don't let your elbow lay on the table. That's why you're curving. Fun fact: no table. I've got no elbow table. I mean, I believe you, because what you're probably saying is I'm using it as a pivot point, and I need to engage the whole thing when doing long straight lines. Now, are they not a combination of all three? So, wrist, elbow, shoulder, and I kind of do this. I can't really. I'm kind of like coming here. I can demonstrate kind of a whole push, or am I just moving the shoulder and keeping everything else stiff? Like, my assumption is that there's a combination of movements between the three when doing the long lines, but maybe that's the problem. We like this line the most. We're gonna try the tilted one a bit. So here, I'm gonna give myself a couple of reference lines. Oh man, my ink pen was wide open too. Talk about it going dry. It's alright, we'll use this micro pen. Oh. We'll use this micro pen until it's dead. I'm having to double up on lines. Wow! Even with the ruler, I mean, yes, it is a combo of all three. Okay, good to know. But focusing on the shoulder as opposed to the wrist and elbow. Yeah, because we learned to write with our wrists. So this part's easy, right? It's incorporating the other bits. Alright, here we go. So we're just going for a straight line. It doesn't have to be along this, axis, this x-axis, but if it's straight, and you can tell we're still curving. Good news, my shoulder feels like it's working. getting a couple of those feel good. Like this one feels really, really good. And camera quality. Zoom. Zoom. We have a zoom. It's called move the camera closer. One more. I did say one more, but now we're one more for real. Oh, yeah, let's get the... We got red lines. Let's use red lines. Whoa! Pencil! Pen! We have definitely boxed ourselves in here to, like, the tiniest space by moving this table over. It's like the only place where I can hit the microphone. Compare this sheet to the last sheet. We will. Compared to the first sheet. Ah, that's a finger. You see the finger. It's right there. Alright. I just dropped the pencil again. I'm all over the place. Alright, we did say we were in like a pit. I've got to push the desk away, scoot the chair back, grab the pencil with the toe, shift around a bit on a blanket, off my blanket. We're drawing, y'all. We're not distracted by anything. There we go. We move that sharpener a little farther away. So, this sheet. Look how straight my red lines are, though. I tell you. Okay, shoulder. Let's get one box in here and get away from this segment. One box, one line. Lines are lines. Boxes are boxes. Dragging my hand. Let's stop dragging my hand. A couple of those lines feel really good. Well, I can see the lines that feel good. I can see the lines that, you know, feel bad. And that's fine. I've got, you know, 100,000 more lines to put down before I really... I've got time. I've got time and growth. So, last warm-up... You know, not even... Well, I guess last warm-up I want to do is the one-point boxes. One-point perspective boxes. Because we started working perspective. And like the lines, you know, I've got some issues, concerns. Just grab the right. I'm going to use a mechanical pencil for this round. I'm probably moving forward for a bit. I kind of prefer... I prefer the mechanical, mostly for the I sharpen less. I sharpen less. This is the most of it. But it's what I'm going to be using when I travel, and I don't want to bring, you know, giant sharpeners. And I got a little baby sharpener. Okay, so we're going to do one-point perspective. Let's pick a off-center perspective point. We're still working line quality. We're going to try to get those orthogonal lines down. Mechanical is great for non-shading. That's a good thought, non-shading. Because you can't get the side of the pen, and that's when you get a lot of the shading with the pencil. You can't get the side of the mechanical pencil. There are people who are jerks about wood pencil supremacy, but use whatever tools are for you. And I tell you, I spent a while, and I'll lay some stuff out, debating, the right tools. I know I'm laying some stuff out. I'm going to hold a pencil and a mechanical pen in front of you. I'm going to lay things out. I'm not against the pencil. In fact, a lot of the tutorials I watch, they've got like a really gnarly, self sharpened with a knife pencil, and that's awesome. But even if I'm not using the knife, I've never been able to get those. I've never been able to get those like really, really great angles with my sharpener. Without going to a knife or having a massive pencil. And we're just using this thing. It's fantastic. I love it. We get a good sharp edge, but even so, I feel like we don't get a lot of, even flat here like this. I'm not getting a lot of great edge, so it's still a little. I could do this, and this is good. And for shading, I'm using a variety of the pencils. I've learned about the 2H, the 2B, the 6B, the H. Is there an HB? We're getting there, and I understand everything I'm losing. Kind of. And when I say understand, I think I understand. We're all learning. Nothing I say here comes from an expert. They come from somebody who's thinking their ideas out loud, both for the stream and his own benefit. Shading practice is fun. HB, yes, middle ground. Okay, so there is an HB. Okay. We got the full slow. But one thing, I hadn't finished the thought, is with the pencil, I feel inclined to do this overhand grip that feels really good. And I'm starting to get a lot of control here, right? This was starting to feel excellent. In fact, yeah, probably better straight lines right here than I was in the tripod grip. Kind of. I can see the curves. But then it occurred to me that I want to do a hybrid. I want to do pen and ink, and I want to take it to the tablet where I would do any, a second sketch, some color. I maybe add color there, maybe do more work in a digital media hybrid. My point is hybrid, and I can't overhand grip with the hybrid. So I thought to myself, I can't overhand grip with the digital. Or if I can, there's no point. So what I wanted to do instead was increase the accuracy with my tripod grip, which isn't even my fucking writing grip. I grew up doing this, and this is the most accurate grip I have. And after about an hour of drawing, I pushed down and almost, strained my thumb. So now I'm relearning a grip as part of all this. So yes, I don't necessarily want to use the overhand grip, because when I transition to digital, I want to be able to use this grip. And I spent way too long thinking about this topic. Somebody could probably come and say, hey, overhand works for digital too, you moron. And I would have no idea. I have a Huion Canvas 16 I got a couple years ago. Super nice. I have an iPad with an iPad pencil, and you can use overhand. And let me see. Let me open up Clip Studio. Yeah, and I've held the pencil against it, and I've held it in an overhand grip. Let's go and get a new piece of paper, and we'll pull the tablet. I've done it. I've done it before, and I'm gonna reach. Instead of stretching, let's actually have this conversation, because I don't often have somebody here with a lot of I guess I've had a couple people stop by, but this is a good time for me to get questions answered, if you will. So, tripod grip with the pen, right? I can do the line. Let's get a darker color, right? And I can use the brushes to get all the shading. We know this. So I'm going to overhand grip now, and I think I can still get this line. In fact, there's very few angles. I guess if I really tilt extreme, I lose the touch, right? But Alright, so point made. I could overhand grip this. There's tripod. Alright, so I have more things to think about. So many things to think about. Where do I spend my time? I guess is the decision I have to make. Apple Pencil is designed for it generally. Not generally a fan of Apple products, but yeah, fun fact. Ugh. Also the Apple Pencil. What you see, these three products that I'm sitting at a drafting table. I've got the digital pad. I've got the iPad. Every one of those was an attempt for me to get into art and buying something because I was excited and gonna dive into it. These are a result of false starts with art. Now I just get to use them all because I've had them now for some time and we'll maybe actually use them. I have way too many tools for somebody who has no idea what to do with them. Maybe I do. I probably do. Probably a little bipolar as well. I swing moods. I get distracted, which is why we're streaming. If we could say this is ADHD, we're streaming because I'm holding myself accountable to myself, but also, whatever audience I envision I have. You got your recent official diagnosis for autism and ADHD. Did they throw in some cool meds to compensate? Because those are fun. Alright, we're going to put a box down. 1 point perspective. So it is a square, kind of. I don't want to... Okay, a rectangle. It's a flat plane. I don't want to use too many searching lines for this. And I don't know. I guess we'll take the line all the way over. Converging this way. I don't know. It feels like getting a ghosted, a light line over there. Make sure it connects, make sure I have a good line. That was nice. Are you familiar with the concept of body doubling? I am not. I would love to hear about it, though. Because maybe anything that helps me understand a thing helps me solve a problem. Ba-bum, ba-bum, bum. Okay, so this is 1 point, so I don't have converging lines to deal with. We're just doing the horizontal, vertical, which on their own are tough. 1 point perspective. Another box. Maybe quicker. I assume we get faster with this in time, but we are having to stop and think about our horizontal and vertical boxes. Probably a lot more orthogonal lines. Sent you a link for later. Oh, thank you. But basically, ADHD folks find it a lot easier to do a thing when there's someone else in the room, even if there is zero interaction. I wonder. Is it because they feel beholden or self-conscious or... Yeah, this line here, I gotta be very sure with this one. And this one. Oh, that's not sure. I still think this was the right corner. So let's cap this box off. We're looking straight ahead, so we're not going to see the left or the right plane. All right, boxes. Let's do one up here. A little darker this time because I have no idea how well anybody sees any of this. And we immediately draw a, we can draw a box that's not squared. Although that gives the impression that there's a second point of perspective. It's no longer, a rectangle. It's a quadra. It's a shape with 4 sides. Accountability is part of it. That makes sense. I mean, what I've done this last week, a polyhedral. That just says a shape with more than one side, right? See where all my line work we did earlier, all this warm-up, all this practice comes in. We've created this weird shape, but I need to make it I need to follow at least its own perspective here. Maybe, because these lines are converging like in the opposite direction. So these feel like they're converging kind of here. But then I've suddenly pulled it away. So this is definitely a line error. We could shore up by putting lots of scratching lines on it. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Poly mini, any shape from a triangle up. That makes sense. I know a line is a shape, but it feels like a line, not a shape. I'm sure that makes sense. Horizontal lines should be parallel with the horizon. Yes. And I screwed that up with the very first line. Let's try to get it right now. We're going to try to get it right from here. We were doing 2-point perspective yesterday, but I've told myself this is a warm-up. And my warm-up list that I, created from a course I'm taking says 1-point perspective. So that's what we're doing. I like having multiple colors, so I can go back over my mistakes with a different color. The vertical line should be perpendicular to the horizon. That box so much better. Well, thank you. Well, thank you. What I like to do, actually, one thing we were doing yesterday, color pencil. We could check. We could check our stuff after a fashion. We can see kind of where we were off. I don't know what that red. Did we leave so much ink up here that it's? Oh yeah, we did. Just a glob of ink from the tip of the pen. We must have been pushing down, really hard. So I wonder, like, to me, the journal idea of these warm-ups that I've chosen is, if I do enough of them every day for a period of time, these are supposed to become like secondhand. The goal for me on like a perspective exercise like this, yeah, actually pretty close enough that I'm happy. You can see we're a little below on this line. We're actually a little below on all the lines. Anyway, the goal of a perspective exercise here for me is to be able to draw a box from any perspective from imagination. Like being able to tumble the box, I've heard it called, which I struggle with a bit. I do struggle with a bit. Then my assumption is by seeing these boxes in different parts of the paper, we're gonna get there. I'm going to draw over here. I have a pencil in my hand for some reason. I don't know when that happened. Building familiarity. Yeah, that. Exactly. because I don't with these. Like, I intellectually, I understand what we're doing. And if I took a ruler, and I did all this, I think I would get it mostly correct. My errors would be in my consistency with, where this thing starts and my use of the ruler, not the visualization part. It's one reason I decided I'm going to freehand most of the time. I'm getting line work practice. I'm getting, line work practice. I think I curved a little there. Get some scratchy lines. That's what these daily practices are for. Yes, yes. What are your daily? Do you still draw? Do you draw daily? Do you manage to draw daily? Do you do your warm-ups? Yeah, I guess if so, what are they? I've thrown in 3 questions there. Feel free to answer none or all of them. But I'm curious. Check that one. I can't do daily anymore. Arthritis, hand pain. Actually, recently to a commission for a set of emotes. Nice, 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 nice. Oh yeah, I can see there's some issues here. Nope, everything's shifting. I gotta hold the eraser on the paper, push down well enough. Okay. That's not too bad. I think my issue here was more line curve than anything. I can see the line come up. This one I need to redo because I drew it from the horizon point, but it didn't touch the start point. That's about the line. Okay, so it's closer than I gave it credit for. And this is what I talk about, like, ruler accuracy. I gotta make sure I'm putting the ruler down well. Also, the full design of a character DMs. Yeah, let me take a quick peek. Oh, hey, that's cute. Little unicorn onesie. Was a friend, a streamer friend. All right, we have some challenges today. We do have some challenges, some things to try to do with some references. We're gonna pull out a new fun set of references. Let's get all my loose paper out. So we've got the notebook. We've got the sketchbook, which, again, I have a hard time filling sketchbooks. I've got so many. And none of them are finished. Because I assign each one a purpose. And I get really attached to it. And then I have to get a new sketchbook every time I think of a new purpose. But new thing we're going to try is we were doing construction yesterday, or structure. And trying to do construct/structure figures, and that worked out. This is a little complicated, and I wanted to go back to shapes. I want to be able to kind of draw some shapes. I'm gonna need to move some windows around, but general idea here is we're going to have a reference of a shape. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing we're gonna do. We're gonna try to copy the perspective over. Put some time and repetition into this. I guess 5 minutes, 5-minute limit. Don't feel that's so hard. You got a lot of incomplete sketchbooks. At a minimum. I had a brand new sketchbook lying around, and I got to start, labeling things day 1, day 2. I'm flipping all over to all the really cool things you've probably already seen in the Discord that I'm super proud of. This was essentially a story of, wait, you mean I can just use reference and, like, you know, copy, not trace, but copy. And there's stuff I can still learn from that. I can have some fun drawing cool art. And then I was, you see all the perspective we've been working on. We started trying to do the construction stuff on Wednesday. And then what we see right here, and probably zoom in just a bit, is trying to get these shapes to add depth to these shapes in, you know, 2D plane, make them look 3D, and that's what I've kind of been struggling with. Humbling bit of artwork there. Even tracing isn't bad so long as you don't claim it as original, giving them volume. Yeah, but this is great, because this is the, oh, I didn't actually mark this day 3. Let's find day 3. It's great because I can't wait to, like, flip through this in a year and be like, look at my growth. This was the start of day 3. Because we actually finished this one and then came back and tried to do some Loomis head stuff. Anyway, so this one's day 5 because day 4 was digital. And we're going to hit play on this because I want to see I want to try to limit myself to the time. See if we can actually get, I mean, this shape shouldn't take 5 minutes. I just definitely don't want it to take more than 5. So, I feel like the easiest way to draw this one is the square, the flat bottom. I'm picturing that as the bottom, but I guess it is just the right side. This doesn't have to be a pyramid that's been toppled over. So the angle seems to be up, 90-degree turn, some converging lines, but barely. I guess at least I don't have to give it any, there's no requirement to the height and length. It's just gotta be mostly a square. I don't know if I got any perspective on there, and I can already see we have rotated this cube wrong. Bam. But is it really 90 degrees, or do you instinctively know it's 90 degrees and drew it that way? Because that's an obtuse angle. Bum, 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 bum. Yep, as soon as I finished it and looked back up. So we this angle, I feel like this was fine right there. But this is different. Wow. Fucking wow. Yep, that's the instinct. I know what you're talking about, because I didn't observe it. I drew it from instinct's a good way to say it. Is that? Oh. Because these feel kind of parallel. And the bottom ones feel kind of parallel. But also... Oof. Okay, maybe we do need 5 minutes for these. Maybe we do need 5 minutes. This is a lot harder than I thought it would be. The shape is a rhombus. Bum 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 bum. The rhombus is the is this one, right? And King Froglet, hello, hell yeah, you got this, man. I believe in you. Thank you. I appreciate it, King Froglet. That's a trapezoid, a squished square. Okay, let's try this again. 2 minutes on the clock here. So hands on a clock, I would see a 1 o'clock, and I would see like a 5 o'clock. And then if this was like an 11, this is a 2, a 1 to 2. All right, I'm going to put down the other lines to see what we glean out of that, but I can already see we've misshapen this line a bit, I think. Going to come down to here. And then it's just straight lines to whatever point this is, right? So it's... Oof, I need to rotate papers. Give myself better angles for line quality. Alright. Critiquing the work. My lines gotta start in the right places. They gotta come from the right angles. Like we're not even like connecting the lines to the point. I'm just gonna we got 30 seconds. So let's see. I think this one probably came out more, and this one came up more. Oh boy. I'm excited at the prospect of getting this so terribly wrong. Because it seems like a simple exercise we can definitely overcome. But it's going to force us to the next shape. So let's let it force us to the next shape. This one, definitely a block. A rectangular block. That does feel like a 90-degree angle. But let's start with the vertical line, because that is a vertical line. This one feels like the easy one, right? Like, we've been drawing 2-point perspective. The corner itself is not directly above. The line is right here. And the other line is... It's not, I mean, clearly not parallel to the ground, but it's not so wide. It's short side. I'm gonna put a big, thick, unconfident, big, thick, non-confident line down there. These have a small convergence to distant points. You'd say that's 2 o'clock. Yeah, it's a good 2-point perspective. This one here, 2 o'clock. I can see it. Well, 3 is this way, right? So 2 o'clock would be, 12, 3. What are we saying, like 2 and 1? Let's go ahead and try. I think we have to keep in mind there's a convergence, right? Like, let's look at it. Bum, bum, bum. What do we have? Half the time? It is a little long. Let's get the... Can I do that trick where I, like, take the lead size and measure it? It's about twice as long this way as it is that way. That feels right-ish. Correct-like. We do a vertical line. Alright. I mean, there's some problems with that line, but I'm going to take it for now. There should be some convergence here, but let's not get carried away. What I really need is some way to, like, overlay the image. But we take what we can get. We're looking too far down on the top of it. It is not, we're not seeing this plane enough. Kind of looking at them side by side on the screen, I can see that. I can see that pretty clearly. Yeah, it's the far, far part. Okay. Yeah, I can look at my scene and see a pretty good comparison, at least when I hold them like this. That's nice. Yeah, we could almost we could draw to scale if I stare at my scene long enough. If I put some opacity on that reference, I wonder if I could do some opacity on the reference. That would be cool. All right, sphere, egg-shaped sphere, oval. I mean, this is something I don't want to, like, just freehand to, like, get a shape that's about right. Welcome back. Yeah, all you must be really saying was the, I have the reference side by side in the OBS scene, so I could do a direct comparison. I could really see kind of where we flub. So it was nice to have immediate feedback. This is an oval. If I start this with, like, maybe some lines that give me the overall shape and angle, maybe we can get this curve. It's a little, it feels like it's leaning a bit left, like it's a better part of the curve is on the left side. And I got that. We're gonna have to look at this side by side. But let's get in the, oh man, the sketch lines, the searching lines here are real. Make myself put down a thick confident line. If I tilt the paper, which means we're off by about that much of the angle, I could definitely see sharp point here. And it comes over more in this range. Not by a lot, and I sharpen that angle a bunch. Real big on scribbling circles until I find the right oval shape. I mean, definitely something I want to be able to do. You know, I have a whole page full of circles that, you know, I've been trying to practice hand control with. I think, again, on this side, this is a bit of a sharp angle when it's not that sharp, and this one cuts in as well. And if I, again, rotate it and look at it, I get instant feedback. But I don't think rotating it is a good, rotating is not a good solution. We should find the angle. Oh, actually, this was just a complete accident. I wasn't even trying to, I was just drawing circles. Just drawing circles. All right, we got 2 minutes. We can do it again. Let's see. Nice dark line. I think it's a little thin, so let's bring out the confident. I say confident. There's a lot of wibble in that wobble. I'm going to use the full 2 minutes. And the angle I put it down on feels a little better. If this is the center line compared to this center line, you can see we did tilt it a bit. A little flatter on the top. It still cuts in short. Get a little wider. And if we keep drawing scratching lines, we'll get there eventually, right? But that's not a good thing. Alright, we're gonna hit next. I'm gonna spend another full minute redrawing that circle. Ooh! Okay. So my first thought is to box this in like a cube. And I can see that we have... It's a slightly rotated square, right? So we have a little bit of a... Let's do an overhand line. Kind of there. We're gonna use construction. Alright, that's mildly tilted. It does seem to be symmetrical. Right, so we probably close this off pretty symmetrically. But we may be falling into the trap of drawing what we feel and not what we see. Let's get the shape down. Find out. Now this line, these are vertical, right? I'm seeing too much of the top. I'm seeing too much of the top. It's not a flat plane, it's a slightly tilted plane. So this isn't symmetrical when I look at it. When I draw it. Which means we shorten up this side. Just a bit. We've got, I mean, vertical, right? Put them down and then side by side. Crap. Really long vertical. We're gonna run out of space because we didn't give ourselves enough room. We actually have, the rotation's gonna show, it should show right here. There should be another line. It's thinner than that, but it connects to this point here that shows some of the rotation. We're not gonna get it with this octagon, right? 1, 2, 3, 8. Yeah, this octagon. Shape's hard, yo. All right, let's do a quick. I say quick. As soon as I start putting down lines, they're all different shapes and sizes and angles, and that is rough. If that comes out a bit. Sorry, I'm being hard on myself, mostly conversationally. Mostly. That immediately feels better. If not, you know, straight line problems and proportion problems. I've gotten this bit right here, and that immediately feels better. This does have. I'm seeing too many faces. No, I'm seeing the right faces. They're just seeing the wrong widths. Clock angles. Yeah, I'm gonna be a bit lurky. Some chores to do. Hey, no problem. Lurk away. I appreciate you stopping by. I do. Answered a bunch of really awesome questions. Provided some good tips. Let's see if clock angles helps me at all. Just want to see the octagon shape that I had pre-handed with straight lines here. We kind of have this angle to worry about, that angle. Just a prime example of what my mind sees as an octagon, but the perspective of it needs to be different. All right, we're gonna move on, new page. We're gonna start using the back side of pages. We like to do that for studies like this. I'm gonna need to use the bathroom and get some coffee after this next shape. Thank you again, anybody hanging out, sending those positive vibes. Hope this is super chill for you. Okay, all right. So we've got 2 planes here, 2 triangles. We'll think the clock faces. Let's try that. We get a starting point, and like a 2 o'clock. Just a nice, good, confident line. The other one, it's not a 12 o'clock position, but it is like an 11 o'clock. And this one's not 12, it's more of a 1. 12 is here, 1 would be like right here, right? So, right off the cuff, that feels a little far to the right. All right, we got a little nub eraser for this. Now, I think it's the length we've got to be thinking about. Mostly in proportion to these 2 lines. This left line goes about as I'm curving that. It goes about twice as far as the one on the right. And then it kind of meets. I thought a point at the top. We're probably gonna treat it like one for now. But we got to think of the height of the middle ground. And this is where we've lost room on the page. So let's instead call this the longest line at this angle. Yeah, let's say that angle. And then this is half the height here, so this becomes like this angle. Kind of. And we already I'm seeing, of course, big problems. I look over here and we line them up side by side. Instant feedback. This line comes more, it's closer to that. Again, we got a curve in it we don't want. And then this line mostly a little wider. Now, if we do the exact, maybe that's what I'll do. I'll try to line up the pages and give myself an upper and lower limit. But we're gonna pause there. We are gonna pause there. We're gonna take a quick 2 minutes or so. Go refresh this coffee. Go use the bathroom, and we'll get right back to shapes because we should be. This is uncomfortable, and that's a good thing. If you're uncomfortable, you're learning something. I'm gonna keep that in mind. I'm gonna tell myself that. We'll be back, guys. See you in a minute. Hello, hello. Fresh coffee. A pair of Christmas tin cookies, which are amazing, by the way. Can't believe for like $6 you get a 10. And there's cookies inside, but mostly the 10. All right. I'm noticing so many things about the reference image now that I had a moment to step away from it. Hello there. Good to see you. I'd pronounce the name, but my apologies. Welcome. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We are just now coming back from a break. We're drawing shapes. We've got ourselves a little line of action.com shapes, one shape at a time palette. I think there's like 90 shapes in here. They're all scrambled together, and we're gonna try to get them down. And what we've noticed right away is we're not drawing from observation well enough. So this is good start at observation, some line work, and it's cozy. I like cozy. This shape again, but from a slightly higher up angle. We are kind of straight on. I see only 3 faces to the octagon, which is an easier. Now, if I was going to give myself left and right limits, and I'm going to use top and bottom limits, I want to use the OBS scene. So I'm actually looking at what you guys see to give myself the right amount of space here. Alright. We're measuring. What the hell, if we're gonna measure, let's measure. Is that the bottom? Kind of in there. These are not great. These are not flat angles, but let's see if that helps. Alright, so vertical lines, of which there are 4. And 2 of them hit the bottom of the page. We still have to find the perspective of the width versus the height here, the proportions of the width versus the height. And I've got to start using the correct words. A lot of unsure searching lines I should clean up. It just feels helpful, I guess. This line is a 45, right? It's a 45 that's not quite as long as this one. It feels like a 45, but what is it actually? It's a little more shallow than a 45. Because it's a 45-degree angle represented from a top-down view. And that does what to the picture? Because if it's flat, if it's straight on, it's flat. And as you go up, it brings the angle this way. And at top down, it would be 45. So then is it wider? It is wider. It's shorter. That's this angle. So we get the vertical, and I'll finish that vertical line in a second. This angle should match the angle on the left. And then again, it goes vertical line. Some confident lines, not these scratchy ones. We'll live with bad line quality and get better over time, but I'd rather not scratch it all out, right? So if this is theoretically we got 2 minutes left. Like, that's fine. But it comes up at similar angles. It's actually, if there was a converging point, it would be down here somewhere, very far in the distance, so mostly parallel. I hope that's right. No, if it's converging, would it be converging above or below the shape? I mean, to draw the shape properly down proportion means getting this kind of this correct, and this is a vertical line still. It's got a horizontal line that we've already marked as way up here, but that's the proportion of it, isn't it? That's where we've gone wrong. We have like 41 seconds, so we're being a little hasty. And I'm scratching again. But it is the same. It should be a little smaller than this, but maybe not by noticeable amount. Let's get a thick, confident line down so I can compare it. And then narrow, too narrow. Of course, this line here is a problem. This whole line should be vertical. Okie dokie, cone. A cone. Alright, so the easiest way to do this cone should be to pick a point or a line. Maybe put down the first line. I want to get the angle right, so let's not turn the page. It's not quite straight up and down. It is slightly tilted. Now, is that tilt going to be... The tilt is not 45. I immediately started trying to draw 45. This is almost 12 o'clock. Confident line. Alright, so the next one, this is not a 9 o'clock, right? This is a... It's not halfway between noon and 9. It is kind of a 10. If I could see a clock face in front of me. It might help, but let's put that down. Confident line right there. Now it is a bit rounded in the front. And we've got this curve that on the edges gets more pronounced. Generally like that. All right. Let's clean up the edges. Kind of hold it up and try not to tilt it. We were testing our own angles here, so if I bring this straight up, this angle here, right here, needs to come to what, like up more, and then let me flatten that out down here on the ridge. Yeah, maybe I think the whole thing maybe rotates this way a bit. But I mean, it looks I mean, it's like one plane, so it's easier than what we've done here. It's good that you keep it up. It's I'll tell you, one of the hardest things here is putting your learning process down in front of people. But it's also the thing that drives me to try to be constructive and try to keep moving. This timer is a big help. I think otherwise I'd spend too little or too much time on any given shape. Ooh, this coffee's hot. I say too much time. This is a super simple one, but I think there's a lot of things we could have skipped. Man, that was a rambling thought. We've got to be more pointed with our thoughts. Not like the cone. That's rounded. Like like this pyramid right here. There's a point. Let's go and skip the next minute. This goddamn shape. I mean, fair. And it's got similar height to this one. So I want to draw it off to the left here and see if we can't close in on the difference. So what we've got is the same. Do we have 3 planes? No, we have 4 planes on this one, which means we don't have a straight line at the bottom. We have kind of a... It's almost straight. And this one's a little more not straight. Let's get some vertical lines in. Because these vertical lines are gonna, I mean, they're gonna go almost to the top here, right? So we're talking... Woo, vertical line. Let's add a second. Let's try to thicken that up for no reason. Because that doesn't make it more discernible. Alright, so, with what we were doing, this line, I think, a little longer. And again, line work. One of the reasons we're here. You can see we gave ourselves a bend there, and now I'm drawing over it with whole thing flexes. Thickening the line does not make it a better line. I've got to keep that in mind. Makes me feel better about it. But that's an emotion I shouldn't get too attached to. This one here, I think it's less pronounced. We're gonna come up with that line too. One good stroke if we can. Coming up. All right, so now a third face over here, and this one's got an angle of I mean, it's not 45, which would be like here. It's definitely like right below it, but that's maybe this isn't sharp enough because it feels like the same line. I need more precision with the lines, and I don't think darkening them is giving that to me, but let's come up with it. I'm just gonna live with one line, guys. And this one is sharper. It's almost the other side of the 45, like this first one. It is really close. Oh, I just pulled out the eraser. It is really close to the line on the right. So this line I was drawing wasn't taking any of that into consideration. One thick line. You can see, now we're so unsure about this line because it's so super thick. But let's get up the top of it. What do we have? A minute? Let's do a little hastily. I mean, we could see that it comes back at it. Oh, man. And then again, it's very tough to... Oh, yeah, this is way up here, too. Oh, yeah, no, this is hastily done, too, right? Because now we've got to connect, like, a line that bulges out like this, a line that bulges out like that. We did not align anything up. We took way too much time setting up certain bits of this. That everything kind of bulges and shakes. About 15 seconds. We'll let that shape be. Whew, hot coffee mug. We have to use the handles. Alright, we'll try to see what the next shape is. I'm thinking somewhere over here. Well, if this isn't just the hardest thing in the world, and also the simplest. There's only one face. It's a circle. When looking at it, from every angle, it's a circle. Here's what we'll do. Can I give myself a box? Give myself a box. And this box is a little tall. This is a square, right? What did I actually end up drawing? About 2.5 by... Oh, I actually drew about 2.5 by 2.5, but it's... That's a square? My eyeball's crazy? No, it's not a square. It needs to come up by about... that much. By about... that much. Alright, circle. That touches all sides. Now, in one stroke, what do we end up with? Close-ish. Now, if we really take our time, do we get a better circle? We get an unsure circle. These drawing a quarter of a circle angle, mostly with the wrist, is probably the problem. But we could totally just like give ourselves these searching lines until it, you know, the greater average finds the circle. And see, every time I was like, I'm going to do a confident stroke, we've got this very rough edge. But let's do the bottom left super confident. Let's just... See, that's fine. Let's repeat that circle. Better. Really can't see it if I do it there. Circles. If you ignore all the bad lines, there's good lines in there. That just means I think tomorrow or at some point we'll start filling. We'll fill a couple copy papers. Fill a couple of pages worth of circles. We need time. We need time and practice, kind of getting that circle right. We could do all the circles, right? We try to fill them in where we have to give ourselves boundaries for the circles, or else we're not measuring ourselves against anything. We're just putting them down. Right? Anybody can put down... Well, I guess anybody can't put down just a perfect circle. That's tough, right? People can do it. I'm not one of those people right now. But all over this page are shapes that'll help me find at least ovals, where I can use lines and edges as guidelines to a circle size. Instant feedback. I got 1 minute left. Let's keep doing circles. And we'll go to the next page. Good warm-up. I said I got to add it to my warm-up, but we've got... No, it's on the warm-up page, but I need to add, I think, circles specifically, not circles as part of drawing planes. Ellipses. Oof. Well, I can feel that in my shoulder. That's nice. Knows you're working the shoulder. 4 seconds. Let's flip it over. Always get this. I'm trying to like keep my board clean, but you always flip it over, and maybe you can't see it as well as I can, but eraser marks. This shape looks deceptively simple. But what if we did a quick one? Oh, right up here. That feels about like the angle. And then rounded edge about the, not quite the height of the circle or the oval. An edge that comes around. So let's be confident with some of these marks. This is mostly a straight edge, rounds up. Line work. Just add that a shadow. Look, my line looks better because I drew over it. That's not how it works. But I do want to see if I can't correct things. This is not probably the worst way to go about it, right? I can't just be able to just darken the lines I mean in this exercise, but oh, that's a wrist movement. Don't use the wrist there as much. Alright, so let's say that is the basic shape, but let's look. Alright, things I'm seeing. This angle. A whole bunch of the angles, right? So this feels like it comes out more to here on this base. The oval feels shortened. Like that somewhere in there is a better line. But, oh wait, no, not but, there's more. The angle here feels like it needs to come out some. Just a little bit. And then same thing here. Feels like it needs to come out. Instant feedback, that's nice. I'm gonna take a moment to sip some coffee. Oh boy, I hope we're having a fantastic day, guys. It's Friday, the weekend is here. We're gonna have ourselves just the best weekend. We're going to, what am I doing this weekend? I think I'm gonna play a lot of video games. Is really the answer to every weekend I have. And every day I have. In fact, we would probably be playing video games right now if we weren't trying to tackle this goal. That's why we're here. I'm feeling a little better about the whole process. There's definitely a part of me that didn't want to. There's a part of me that did not want to draw bad things on stream all the time. You know, you want to show people your best work. And the learning process is tough. It's tough to look at work you don't like and pages you didn't enjoy putting down. I guess I enjoy putting it down in front of people. It's tough doing that in front of people. At least it was intimidating. It's feeling better now that I sit here. Nobody's been, terribly negative. And then I gotta remind myself I'm not here for any particular audience member or viewer. We're here for myself. If I say that enough, it's true. It's the intention, but it doesn't mean that I don't think about it. That it doesn't occur to me. Is this entertaining? Theoretically, not here to entertain people. I'm here to keep a schedule and do my art. But if that was true, I probably wouldn't have some light music in the background to make this to fill in the silence. 7 seconds. What do we have next? What is the next shape? What do we think? Cube? Can I have a cube? Cylinder. Okay. Well, the big thing to look out for here then is going to be the size of the oval. Compared to the rest of the cylinder. So, kind of more down here. Is it? Actually, I feel like the first one I put down wasn't terrible, but let's get the vertical. It's a little taller than it is. That's a little stout. A little taller than it is wide. Those are the words. Of course, the angle here dips more aggressively on the edges. Search that line, apparently. So come on up. I like this line. Let's give that line something more to attach to. Let's take out the shortened line because I feel like we had something, but this is mostly straight on, right? So this lines up like here, right? So we should have this. I mean, is it straight on? Kinda, yeah. So maybe more that curve. This line here needs to come in more. It's a little bit of that line lacks a little bit of confidence, but I gained a little bit of accuracy. And let's pull away where I don't think that line is. Take away some of the mess. I think the only thing we really have to clean up now is kind of the straightness of some of these lines, but that one feels so good that the more lines I add to it, the worse it gets. The oval actually feels really good, but let's do a comparison side by side best I can. Yeah, actually, we can see that we needed to go even longer. Now, my initial reference comparison isn't anything on the paper. I have this image pulled up to the side, but it is nice to kind of be able to come back and see the very close comparison. We can also see the oval is shorter. What do we have now? I mean, closer to the size, but we've got some real issues. This side angle here is shorter than the one on the left. I'm trying to do the center line here. You can see. Is it just feeling? Maybe it's just the curve. They're similar. But maybe it's this curves, like this line here in the center isn't like the center. And then it curves more. The angle is sharper, quicker. I guess now we're just putting endpoints down, so it should theoretically be about the same angle. But this is more pronounced here than this is. This has a straight line with a curve. And this has the kind of a real curve to it. I would say also this bit here, this section, is more pronounced than this section. So the left side is more correct. Well, that's cylinder on the side, right? The cylinder on the side is a rectangle, kind of, but we're looking at it from perspective. So I'm seeing 3 straight lines and then a curve on the left. The way that cylinder comes out should be good. I feel good about those lines. At least the top one I feel really good about. And then this one would just be, this one should be simple. Maybe longer? I'm gonna cheat just a bit, a little longer, yeah. A little longer. Just a bit more length. Now, that doesn't mean that the width is about right, which is nice. And we've got to come up with the cylinder. It's barely visible, but our sight line isn't dead center on this object, right? So we see the flat side on the left and the slightly curved side on the right. Now, which should mean kind of these, if we do these lines I've seen done before where they're kind of telling the story of the perspective, like we get kind of the straight lines on this side, and the more we go, over, the more curved they are. Not that I could do a gradient of curves here. I can barely do a straight line, but I do think we hit it just a bit. A little bit of a rounded edge there. I want to redraw the straight line over and over, and then we're just getting up with lots of scratches. All right, let's take a lean back. We got 2 minutes. I'm gonna enjoy the full 5 minutes per shape. This one does feel a bit like we're missing a plane. I think the way I just added those circles in, it feels like I should have a whole cube on this side, or whole cylinder, circle. But it is way straighter than I'm giving it credit for. Get rid of some of these hashes here. No reason for them. And straighten that bit up. Cool. We did a line, right? We did a cylinder. We hide it up here. They're about the same height. They're about the same width. It's a little wider. I guess taller. Cool. All right, we're gonna see if we can't stay on the page. I want to use more page per page, but maybe we're flipping over. Let's see if we get this a little sharp. 1 minute left. These are the non-stressful ones. Give me a goddamn octagon again, and I'll lose my mind. I mean, I guess I won't lose my mind. I'll draw an octagon, and I'll be a completely reasonable person about it. But kind of talking a lot. Jaw's doing jaw things. We're almost at lunch. I normally do about a 1 to 1:30 lunch. Is that true, or do I normally do a 2? We'll say 1:30 to 2 lunch. When I finish this cup of coffee. 16 seconds left on this particular one. Maybe this is one of the things I should be putting a lot of time into. Things like the circle and the line. I still want to do good lines. Yeah, okay. Let's just new page. I want to do good lines. Good circles. I would love to be able to do them quickly. Is there a way to make sure this page isn't all erasered up? Okay, so this shape here. We've got a narrow oval leaning kind of like that, a little more. Here, we'll do a sketch. Let's try to quickly sketch, and then I'll commit to a thick line. Maybe that'll be a process. Got a little bit of width to this. So the general shape, I think we were coming out more too. Which means probably, wait, looking at the angle of the right side is what I'm looking at right now. Feels more here. Which means this one feels more out, because we got to get this angle. And I say feeling. Maybe that's the right word to describe what I'm doing, but not the correct word to do what I want to do. Okay. Now this circle. What does this look like dead on? Okay. Yep, I see things. Might actually have been out here. Being able to hold your reference up to the... Being able to hold your art up to the reference at a close angle is pretty nice. So we've got to come to this line and connect. Like this is a... Let's get a nice, confident, thick line here. That translates down here. What are we missing in that oval? Probably cutting it, trimming it down there. If we shore up that line, does that look better? Let's get rid of our initial angle guesses. And how do we feel about that? I feel like it's the wrong angle of the sphere on the left side. So it's more of this angle here shortens quicker. And this angle, I think we were more correct with here than we were before. And we'll just darken all the lines we think are the right lines, scratch a bunch of the bottom unnecessarily. Gotta keep calling myself out for some bad habits we're doing. A little bit like this, actually. I don't want to be non-committal with my lines, but it's something I'm doing naturally due to a lack of confidence in the line. We definitely have less room over here too. And I think, what are we doing? How are we doing? This angle's wrong. Like this angle right here is more like this than it is like that. You can see we've got an angle problem with the sphere. We're also bulging it out right there. So we've also got 15 seconds. So let's, commit that note to pen and move on. And then too much of a bulge. Bring that in more. Circles, cylinders. Where are we at here? It's not quite on the top. The circle shouldn't be as... It was an oval, but it's not a perfect square, right? Theoretically, it's a... If we take the square, we bring it in ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Right, is that the kind of circle we want? One that kind of... We're going to scratch out a circle that kind of fits in those boxes. We're going to bring that line in because we didn't quite get a good square. And commit to a line. And we're going to erase some things, so I'm forced to commit to said line. Now, do I have a circle that's wider on the bottom than the top? Maybe. Maybe. It's really hard to tell. But we do end up with something to work with. Let's go ahead and I can kind of see the reference. You see the circle's a little flat on the bottom, which we could fix with more weird searching lines. Circle. All right. The shape itself. Vertical lines, right? These are just vertical lines. I mean, we do it a little smaller than the picture. We can kind of see by reference the size. We're kind of measuring and eyeballing. It should come down. We're gonna make sure we get that like curve before the straight line. Get rid of excess marks, which are doing an excellent job for helping me get straight lines if we overdraw and then erase, but I would really prefer the correct line the first time. And this doesn't feel solid. It does come out and over. And we're definitely outside the line here. I want to be touching the outside, but I don't want to be... Here, watch this. Me watch. Something I'm trying to teach myself. Let's get a good straight line there. I don't know if it's a good perpendicular line, but it's a good straight line. I wanted to hug. See, I wanted to hug the circle, but we're not quite there. We're going to redraw over and scratch searching lines. Stop with those searching lines. As he searches and lines and searching lines. Oh yeah, no, that's rough. That is a circle on the bottom, not a... That's the bottom of a cylinder. That line right there was wrong. Okay, what do we see in comparison? The circle's slightly smaller. It's slightly thinner. It probably tapers a bit out. Like I'm seeing a... And I even put the ruler to this, so, you know, it's a bit straight, but I think it's tapering wider at the bottom. And this circle, well, maybe needs to be... I think we're looking straight on it. I need to shorten it up a bit. So we need to take this line in, one of these lines in. both of them in. Just a little bit, like something like that. Okie dokie, a cone that's got side of it cut off. A cut side, a trim side, something. All right, well, let's draw the cone. Quickly sketched again. So about that angle, about that angle. Let's commit to an angle. Let's not commit to an angle. We're sketching still. So we're relearning the lessons every time. This one comes in. It's about parallel. And then we've got the same cylinder shape we've been dealing with. Now this line needs to be out a bit. This is very straight. It almost looks like it was done in Photoshop. Like this, there's no light or material to show me otherwise. It's very bright right here right here. Dark over there. Interesting practice. I hope so, Pluvium. I hope so. We're having problems with perspective lines and shapes. And one of the things an observation, we're having problems with art. And I'm hoping, and so far we have been tackling at least observation pretty heavily, because I'm trying to draw what I see and not what I instinctually feel. Some of these have been easier than others. The octagon it throws at me every once in a while is a nightmare. We are always having problems with art. Yep, perfect. Always, exactly. I started to list the things that were getting in the way, and I realized I was just listing art. Oh, I'm only having problems with lines and shapes and perspective and construction and lighting and value and colors and what's that new one? That other word? Composition. Ah, I said a lot of art words. I feel okay about this, but we can pull it up and look, and we can see that proportionally it's wide. It doesn't necessarily need to be taller, because it doesn't need to be one-to-one on my screen, but I do think this line looks like it cuts in just a tad bit farther in. We do still have to pick an activity for after lunch, but I think it's going to be construction with animals. Focus on the overall silhouette first. Well, you would call this the silhouette, right? Kind of this. Like I've not been touching the shading or the values. I'm almost entirely just trying to get the perspective. Is that it? The line? I don't know. I'm trying to get the shape. Yeah. Okay. Cool. This is we're in a good direction. Because if we look back, you can see like we're having trouble here getting the. This was all line problems. Well, it wasn't all line problems. We ran out of time. We're giving ourselves a 5-minute timer so we don't spend all day on it. Like with this pyramid and this octagon, we were running into like drawing too much of the octagon, not getting the right angles on the pyramid. So some things you can look out for. Comparative length. We did use comparative length earlier. Maybe I need to be thinking more actively about it. I think actually only for like this one did I even consider the lines in comparison. So the left side of the pointy part of the cone is the same length as the cut itself. Oh, all right. Did I do that? Are we there? Did I eyeball it? 1.5 inches? We're close. Huh, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about the sides. It is about. It's not halfway. Oh no. Now I'm looking at it again. We did short. This part's short. You're right. Yeah. Okay. That part feels shorter. Well, I mean, this is a circle, right? This is where we ended up on that last page trying to draw a perfect sphere. Which, I mean, it's tough. It is tough. I started with a box to try to like construct it and touch all the edges on it and get it circular. We don't have to necessarily do that, but that feels wide. Circle, a little wide. Though I probably should ask if you even want crits while you're trying to focus on drawing. I want all the critiques and or tips in the world until it becomes too much, and we haven't hit that point. I don't know what I don't know right now, and there's a lot of smart people dipping in chat for bits. So yeah. At the minimum, I've got a timer. Now, I'm going to try to commit to some lines here, rather than... I'm going to try to commit to good, confident lines, rather than this searching stuff I'm doing. Circles. You wouldn't think they would be a difficult thing until you try to do them. You go, oh, it's just a circle. I've drawn those. And then you go, have I? Have I really drawn a circle? Now, we're using a lot of wrist here. I should get better at the small details with the shoulder, but we're just kind of scritching and scratching. Yeah, I wouldn't say the audience chat is, you know, my teacher. Right, I've got to kind of do that on my own. I've got to find the right videos, the right lessons, the right ideas. But man, if something can be improved upon, or I could be approaching a practice, especially practice, like if there's something that's a good point. If there's an approach to the way I'm practicing that can be improved, those tips I really want. And there's always going to be a level of like, you know, your lines are bad, straighten them out, that I know. But like, I didn't even think about the shortness, the length, comparative length here. And that would have helped. So that's the whole point of this exercise, right? Seeing and drawing what I'm seeing. Good lines, good perspective, composition, color, shading, value, all the things. This is me taking a step back from yesterday too. Your approach is good. I'm glad that I'm glad to hear. That's where I have both a lot of confidence and a lot of a blind spot. If I'm confident about the approach I'm taking, it's because I'm taking it. But at the same time, what if I don't know what I don't know? So this confidence of working the fundamentals, working the shapes, doing it because I think it's the right way. But there's so many things out there I don't know. I mean, honestly, if somebody told me you should draw 100,000 lines, got a teacher, got a mentor, and they're like, you should draw 100,000 lines. I would probably do that incredibly happily. That's so low stress. What are you trying to do long-term? Character stuff? Character stuff, I think, to start. A lot of my goals right now are big nebulous ideas that I want to draw better. I would like to be able to quickly sketch out characters and, you know, the anime, manga, art. And then I would like to be able to transition that to digital, do coloring, shading, illustration, all the paint work. I'd like to be able to tell a story. I would like to be able to sit down and quickly sketch out something that looks good, right? If I want to draw something from imagination, a character, my own or somebody else's, I just want to be able to, like, vomit that out on the paper with ease. That's my nebulous idea. I want to be so good at all of the things that I can come down here and throw it out. But yes, I do think character focus for now. I would love to focus characters and slowly pick up landscapes, buildings, backgrounds, stuff later. Cone. That's not too nebulous. It's fairly grounded goal. Glad to hear it, because I like to have measurable goals, and I don't know how to measure my art is good. Get that ruler away. We don't need that right now. This is a cone viewed mostly on top. We see the entirety of the circle near about. We're slightly to the... Are we straight on? Wait a minute. Are we straight on? It feels like... Actually, the circle goes a little bit more... We see a little bit more of the circle on the left side. A little bit more of the rounded edge on the left side. Does that mean we're on the left of it? Because, okay, what I'm feeling out of this circle right away is, you know, something right there. Right, with an exaggerated left side. It probably comes up a bit more. Probably, what do I see? I see the curve ends right about here. So if that's the circle and we continue up, yeah, we can scratch. We're going to scratch a circle in again. Let's confident lines. Good pencil grip. Is that a flatter angle? If I'm measuring, if I'm doing this comparative measure, let's take my... I'm gonna take my lead. Move my thumb up. We're guessing at some things. We're not guessing. We're guessing at this measuring technique. Okay, it is definitely a little shorter on the right side. It is from the bottom to the right side is about half. This is the halfway mark of the piece. If we break that up, what do we get? We get a little shorter in a minute. We get something more like here. I take an initial look, and I'm gonna kind of pull it up over here. We have angle and narrowness problems. It's too wide. It's too squat. It's because the cone is slightly tilted to the right. Oh, okay. Okay. I get that now. So would we go... Oh, we're too wide, but also if there's a tilt, how do we exaggerate that tilt so I can see it? Do I have a minute left? From a silhouette standpoint, I think we were close. But I want to narrow the whole thing. I feel like we've almost got to start over, but let's make quick sketching marks. If we're gonna... I'm gonna shift from this one. I think I'm not focus on this one too much, but I was trying to... We could sketch this way where we start in and we go back to here, right? And that gives us something a little thinner and shows some of the tilt, I think. Let's get the next shape. Oh, 4 seconds. Yeah, we get the wood grain always on the paper. A cube! This is our first cube. Second cube? Anyway. Vertical lines, right? I'm not wrong. Mostly vertical lines. Okay. First vertical line. Someone was saying clock faces earlier. So this is not at 3 o'clock. It's not at 2 o'clock. This is somewhere in the middle. And it's about, let's measure again. Let's get the, come on, mechanical pencil lead. Wait, am I doing the right eye? It's like looking down the scope of a gun. Looks like the sides are about the same size. Ah, so we're gonna go with that. So, bop, bop. Is that about the same size? Alright, we have a ruler. Let's check what our eyeballing did. Our eyeballing was short. So that should feel short when I look at it. Should come out to about there. Line. Spending way too much time on these first 2 lines. It's almost been 2 of my 5 minutes. I guess that's fine. That's fine. Mostly parallel. A little bit of convergence. Get another vertical line. Okay. The next angle is, it's not 45, right? But it's close to 45. It's a little north of 45. So 45, I guess when I'm saying 45, I don't mean like between the bottom angle and the side angle. I meant 45 as if on the flat plane here. So it should be right about there. Now comparative length, I gotta like hold this probably straight out, right? I've got to have a good baseline, and I'm just gonna keep making my lead longer until it lines up with the height. So keep a straight arm. It's about a little longer than half the size. Doing that with my paper. Just pull the pen here. Be a thumb. So many different ways. A ruler, which I'm trying to avoid, but why do I do it? This is a 2.5. Would make this one halfway mark. Would be 1 1/4, which means we're a little far on the mark. Right about there. Vertical line. I got one. We've taken so long on this one. This is theoretically the easy one. It's just so easy. I want to get it right. Yeah, if we put enough scratches there, nobody knows we fucked it up. Gonna run out of time. Alright, all kinds of things wrong with that. I can see this line. I can see all the lines. it bulges in some of the wrong places. I think visibly seeing it in that corner. Something more like that feels better. Ugh. Cube, definitely avoid ruler. Yeah. Work large to small overall silhouette first, then work the smaller instead of trying to get the first angle perfect on one go. So, silhouette here then. We're thinking contour lines. So, sketch out kind of this line. This one curves a lot. Before coming into the thinking big. Now, these lines are kind of lined up. I see kind of the straight line there that we were just searching for way too hard. The circular, very, very top-down circular, not as top-down as the cone we saw earlier, but more than the, well, whatever this shape is that we've drawn before. The inside, let's say at the bottom, is... Right, we've got to stick the arm all the way out so we get the same measurement. This distance here is like bottom at the very bottom. Let's go with the bottom of the circle. So there. Okay, this is definitely like 1.5 times the size. I think this portion here is about 1.5 times the size of this. Just to say, what would I do there with that information? I would do a whole bunch of scratching lines right over the things I've already done, rather than give it good thought, apparently. It's not nerve-wracking at all. Alright, so big thoughts. We do it a little bigger. The angle here comes in a little more. Which, I mean, that is a potato. Well, congratulations, it's a potato. Real critiques, though. We're coming... Like, it just feels too wide, too squat, too short. Like we could, you know, maybe find better space with something like this than we would the original shape, which we're going to need the big eraser. We're going to need to remember how to open the big eraser. Immediately feels a little better. We definitely lose some of this space over here. We need to get, you know, claim that back. In there. We're losing some of this circle. And this circle. This is more of a circle. We're looking more top down. So we've lost some of this roundedness that we need to claim back. Maybe cut this angle there, because it's a circle here. And 19 seconds. Let's clean up this and pull it up to look. Yeah, aside from these being corners, and this being too big and, you know, looking like a potato, and then we've trimmed down the idea. Oh, good for us. Round something. Alright, this is the last one before we go to lunch. We're going to come back and look at construction again. So this is the angle we've kind of been seeing. How's that line? How's this line? Nope. Yep. Nope. We've got a length here we've kind of committed to with that circle. This line is shorter, not shorter, more sharp of an angle. It is roughly again, we're making a squat potato. Alright, sweet. I feel like this is the least important line I could be looking at. The angle of the top feels wrong, but I don't mind the left and the right side. It comes down maybe more like this. Let's look at the angle of the side of the circle. If I was going to box this circle, right, what would we do? Let's say, looking at the line, if I can find a line, the pure bottom of the circle, very similar, very close to there. Does that give me a... I mean, all I've done is outline the circle that's there, right? But if we make that a better, clean it up, does that give me the circle I'm seeing? Or am I just outlining what I've already drawn? Before you start dropping guidelines, make sure your major lines on the overall shape is accurate in length and angle. Should I be... Let me pause this for now. This will be the last one I worked through before we go get some food. The right flat edge is too long and not steep enough. So this, okay, I do see it. I do see what you're talking about. That is huge. And it needs to come in steeper. It is, we're gonna take our time here. Let's do the thing. Let's try that. It's a very wobbly hand. Okay, about 2.5 times, 2 times longer. So if we were to find this line, think about like this. let's see. So it should be about 4. Take that advice and see if we can put it to paper. Which does change the whole of the ellipse. We got a big eraser for this. Yeah, I think I definitely see what you're saying. We've got to take a step back and look at the bigger sections. Now, if this is the line, I gave it a little bit more right here, we get a curve from here to here, right? Like we get the oval. But it also comes down a bit. We've got this corner here, so maybe. Oof. All right, we're just gonna. We had the bottom line coming in from the corner, but we're just, again, I think we're just circling guides. Let's commit to a thick line. What we probably have is a little more protrusion right here in this area than I mean to have. I think it probably just cuts it and then rounds it, but comes, I think this definitely comes in more here, and not terrible at the top, maybe. I mean, the whole thing. Eyes, observation, marks, perspective, proportions. Lunch. It's much closer in shape already, and I do actually really appreciate that last tip. I need to think about the silhouette, think about the bigger, more easily measurable items. I could probably draw that circle, a dozen times. We not quite get there. We need to practice. Which is what we're doing. I feel good about this. So what we're going to do when we come back is I've got a whole nother section. We're going to complicate things way out of a comfort zone. This is stuff I can do, and we can easily critique. I can easily see that it's wrong. But we're going to take kind of the principle of these shapes. I'm going to try to do them with animal drawings. An animal's drawing. So live animals only. Again, we're going to put 10 minutes on the clock, right? We're going to try to draw some animals. And we're going to try to simplify them with shapes like we did with construction yesterday. This is all kind of in line with the drawing basics course. I'm following along with a couple things to try to build my own syllabus. Proco's drawing basics, Proco's figure drawings, draw a box, and any tutorials that kind of guide me in those directions, right? Like if I find out that this construction method is built off of like Bridgman's method somebody brought up yesterday, we've been diving into more avenues of those videos. Like when we're looking at gesture, and that's something I still should do more of. I was trying to see how other people did gesture and try to wrap my brain around it, and my brain ain't quite there. I don't quite have the grasp of gesture, just like we're seeing the shapes and the observation. So we're gonna do more of it. But we're gonna draw some animals. We'll put some shapes to them. I think one of the things I'm gonna struggle with here is the construction, the structure of the animal, rather than the structure of what I'm seeing. And so this will be another opportunity to focus on that. This little guy, like I can see ovals, cylinders, We're going to try to reconstruct him. Okay, like we did. I'm going in circles. I need to eat some food. We're going to throw down a sandwich or something, and we'll be back in, 10-ish minutes. That's usually about how long these take. Ooh, wow. So I'll see y'all on the other end. Okie dokie. Hello there, folks. We'll say for a second time. Fresca. Black cherry citrus fresca. That's what's pushing us into the afternoon. So, we've done some shapes. We want to do some more structure. And of course, every time I put pencil to paper, I find that I'm, in an uncomfortable area. Like, I'm not putting down perfectly straight lines with thickness that I intend. I mean, let me not even add the adjective perfectly. We're not putting down straight lines. We're not getting the shapes and the angles and the proportions and perspective. We're struggling with a lot of things. And structure feels like the step after you've mastered all of those other things. But also that level of discomfort, that level of discomfort, it feels about right. It feels that adding structure to this encompasses all the lessons I'm trying to learn, and that level of uncomfortableness helps me figure things out. I've got a couple of messages I need to check, apparently. Hey, messages. Sorry, making sure none of these are super important. Actually. Okay. Whew. Okay, I was like, wait, Nintendo there's an email, Nintendo, telling me I bought something. And, I didn't buy something. But, turns out I apparently just renewed Pokemon Home Premium Plan. Which, hey, $16 a year. I'll take it. Anyway, off topic. This feels uncomfortable, and I think it's a good level of discomfort. So let's get into it. Enough excuses on why something might not look great. More my excuse than... It's an excuse for myself more than the audience. But we've got space and stuff and art. So let's sharpen our pencil a bit. Sharpen our mechanical pencil a bit. We've been enjoying the mechanical pencil. We would do that whole spiel. Let's not repeat it again. And I've got a baby squirrel. If I'm gonna guess, a baby squirrel. All right. Let's use, I don't know, half the page. Let's give myself a border so I can come back and draw 2 things per page. And let's start that timer. So, what am I seeing here? General gesture of the creature comes out here and down, curls up, right? Like the big lines. We were just talking about the big lines, right? Comes out similar ending point of the head, right? We've got cheeks here. We can see the ear. I kind of want to get the contour down, but let's gesture. This paw is a big part of the shape. Body comes out. I think we're out of room again. We didn't. Our composition is bad. I think that is the shoulder. We've got a pretty good line on the shoulder. I guess gestural lines are more continual, so we're doing a lot of scratches, but we should, make sure we get the big parts of the motion like there and here. And then this line Okay, the body though does continue down and around. We're talking proportions. Top of the head to the bottom of the chin is close to the size of, like, from this distance, like here to here, right? It's a little bigger from there to there. So about here, we close back in, right? And that's the, let's get my, that again. That's to the bottom of the butt, not the tail. The arm needs to come up. It's very, very close in to the face. It's even covering the face. Oh, okay, that feels better already. And we just get this line. Tail itself around the body. Front of the arm, around the body. Light, fluffy line. So, gesture line. 1, 2, this one here, which totally fine. It's got a leg in here, curled up with a foot. We can't quite see the whole foot structurally, though. I think it comes up, and there's a knee. It brings it down, right? Like, it's actually curled up to the edge of the tail, so the leg's even higher. Probably part of this squirrel behind, a little more rounded edge here. And the hand extends past. Maybe not that much, not that mutated. Or we actually talk about this line for the squirrel. Baby squirrel. It looks like an alien. What's wrong so far with the photo? Proportions, lines, like that. Shoulder. This line is too long. I think the whole hand seems to end with this shadow, this curve here. It doesn't actually curve. There's a head behind it. There's a head behind it. There's a three-dimensional shape here that kind of peaks. But then the claw itself doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. It does extend out. Hey, what's up, Inazio? We are trying to add structure to a squirrel. We're trying to see the shapes. Thanks, I appreciate it. Good to see you again as well. All right, we said we're gonna do structure. We gave ourselves 10 minutes on this. We're halfway through our time. We were sketching outlines. What do we have? I mean, we could say there were cylinders if we break it down. I feel like I could run an eraser over the whole thing to do it. It's gonna be quicker with our sketches than we were yesterday. I saw some examples. Oh yeah, this extends all the way down. I saw some good examples of this, and I don't know if we're gonna translate those very well to this. Somebody else doing construction. Or is it just another cylinder attached behind here, like this? I'm trying to put it down now with time, so I don't spend the whole day on it. I think we have could we cube the shoulder? Is that a cube? It's really been lighter on our sketch lines. We're simplifying, right? So I should just simplify. We don't have to be perfect to the picture. We just have to tell the story of, yeah, okay, I can do this, of the form. If we cube that, it's attached to the head. We'll probably have a whole nother body here. Trying to see the planes of the face. You know what, we saw this line here. And if we're talking about the there we go. Again, looks like an alien. Doesn't look like a baby squirrel. But kind of a bulbous box. Do we want to keep the perspective of the head like this? Can we see the back? We can kind of see the back of the head, right? We want to call that the back. Does that work? Is that... Work's a strong word. Ear. Kind of a pyramid, right? Kind of a triangle. In two parts? Like, do we break it up? Do we... Cubes. All cubes. We have a minute left. So let's... cube everything. See, I think we see that shape, kind of. And that's good enough for me right now. We've got the cylinder that comes down here. Forms this knee and this leg and this foot, right? We can, looking at it from this angle, we can do the double, two cylinders, right? Probably. He's got a belly, which is pausing and going back. Pause, go back. All right, so we've got some stuff going on. I'm just gonna spend a moment looking at it and breaking it down. I guess it's easy if I kind of hold it here. You can see. Can we see the structure of the shape? It's not really. I could see a shoulder and an arm and the angles. The head, maybe I spend more time on to get something. The timer is... We're going to stick with the timer. I don't want to spend forever on a piece, but we do need to take a moment and think about it. So what am I seeing? So structurally, we saw what? Were we making shit up? I was probably making shit up. At least let's look at the things I made up then. This shoulder right here. Is attaching to an arm, and we're looking at it, I mean, maybe more straight on, but if I was going to do this perspective, I think I would come out more, more that way, and give this something meaty to grab onto. The head itself, very simplified. I think I would have rather preferred to make it out of a couple of objects. Like we can, I feel like I can see a sphere there. You know, right here. And we could have attached things on it to make the rest of the shape. Like we definitely have this line. And I'm not quite sure where it stops or continues, but like we drew this bit because we saw it. And we saw kind of the shadowing do that. And I made it at the top of the cube. But now as I scribble red on red on red on red, it's not any more helpful than the than the pencil. That in mind, what were we doing down here? We could have drawn better cylinders. But you know, were the cylinders, and you know, we did a ball joint like we did yesterday. You know, were the cylinders also the right call? Ideally, we would have a box that comes up. I couldn't tell you where, but the stomach maybe, kind of like this. Maybe more vertical. Side of the squirrel. And just kind of curve around. It's very... Ooh, there's a mistake. Yeah, his legs aren't straight. He's curled backwards and over with that thigh. And there, you know, if we say that's the foot and the body comes around. Yeah, okay, we did not see the cylinder come up, bend, and come back down. Okay. Cool. As long as I can find like one easily measurable mistake, I'm happy. I still don't know how I would have broken down the top of the head. But let's go to the turtle. Let's give ourselves 10 minutes and break down the turtle. Theoretically a big easy shape, right? But the shell has planes. They're broken up. I can see them. If I'm limiting myself to cubes, you know, where are the cube structures? What are the big lines? So start with the bottom right part of the shell. I'm gonna do what I think we start with the gesture. We find the big moving pieces. Again, we're simplifying, but the proportions still kind of matter. This part doesn't rise to the same height. And then there's a big dome, and I've left myself just no room on this canvas. The hump. There's kind of another hump. The shell is very pointy and does pointy things. I think I'm okay with the size on the paper. That means I can focus maybe on the shell. So what do we see? I immediately see a fairly easily recognizable cube. We just take the bottom of the shell and we cube it off. Can we cube it with like these angles? Yes, a rectangle. We see the first detail. We missed a hump. We missed a spike, if you will. They're much less pronounced. At this point, we're kind of just doing contour bits. We can see this comes in. We get the line out here. We're like doing our gesture right here and around and back. Okay, we have an outline. How do we simplify into shapes, structure that's not just drawing the shapes on the paper? What if this whole thing is made of, you kind of see them. I mean, we would just be drawing the contours of the lines, right? Shapes, shapes, shapes. So a turtle shell, if we make it up of cubes, it kind of, can I draw that? Do I have the cube power? I can totally see a whole bunch of individual cubes that are just kind of the outlines of the shell. But if we simplify it, where do we get? So let's say this is one surface. We're looking at it from, we're looking down at the turtle, a little up and looking down. If that's the top plane, this is the side plane. The whole thing has a hemisphere. Just a half a sphere. Simplifying. So we would I think I see it. I mean, that's just a really good point. My brain didn't even think to simplify a turtle shell as a hemisphere. That's an excellent point. At least with the detail, we give ourselves. If you add lines, I hear it looks good. I gotta stop that. Gotta stop searching. I need confident lines. All right. We're scratching anyway. Cool. You get more accuracy in the long run, yeah, because you're supposed to simplify it, and then you're constructing the object one thing at a time, right? So we come back to the hemisphere, we find the bumps, we add the layers. That makes sense. What do we have? 4 minutes. So simplifying the whole thing as a, what do I see? Is that what I see? Like, no, I'm making lines up. I'm just making things up. Don't worry about confident lines either. Lines become confident naturally as you become confident that you are getting down. Accurate shapes. That's a good point. Good point. As if I feel like telling myself that over and over helps. We have okay, what if this shell, again, we're cubing things, but mean, all this is a hollow cylinder on the neck, right? Like it's a cylinder in three-dimensional space. Kind of goes into the shell, right? That's all this is, kind of. So we start here. If we draw just a cylinder, maybe we, instead of whatever we just did, we start with more curved inlines on the end. Oh man, the perspective. So let's draw that cylinder. Let's just get this cylinder down. So anywhere on the page, we draw kind of this running into the shell. All right, does that look like what I wanted to do? Oh boy, let me tell you. God, we got a minute and a half left. We got a minute and a half to come up with hemisphere. So, I mean, obviously there's a turtle head that pokes in. We don't even have to necessarily do this whole cage of the shell. We can even try to cube that out a bit from our perspective. There's the turtle head, which we kind of widely ignored, which, you know, simplifies as a, I mean, that simplifies as the biggest. If there's a cylinder, it's this one. Right, and it just kind of goes out from here. Now it's mostly looking down at us. That's a very small. Let me tell y'all, if y'all have never seen a turtle head done expertly, it's this. I want the next animal. Are you trying to limit yourself to 3D construction methods? I only know 3D construction methods, I guess. Are we suggesting that we just take the 2D shape as it appears on the picture and just kind of draw squares, triangles, octagons, circles, things like that? Oh, okay. Well, let's try that next. We got 10 seconds left on this picture. Ha. Let's do that one. All right. Ooh, kitty cat. It's easier to build off in the beginning. Well, it's not like it has to be exclusively one or the other. Fair. Yeah, what I'm trying to do, and I'm going to pause for just a moment, is I guess I'm trying to imagine the structure of the creature. Like, you know, an arm is a cylinder, and then place that cylinder in 3D space at perspective. This cheetah's neck is a really good cylinder. It's got the dotted lines to kind of even guide me from right to left there. This one looks tough. Let's see. Let's give it a run. I don't know what I don't know. I just immediately looked to the neck and went, I can see the cylinder. I mean, not a great cylinder. We need to practice those. These ovals are what they are. We could do I guess we'll work backwards from the neck. I see it like spots hide the details. That's fun. It's got a shoulder. Let's just big shoulder that kind of comes down. Well, here we go. Big shoulder, right? Animal's got a shoulder. From the shoulder, we kind of see this line, call that the bicep, right? It kind of comes out from here and then comes down. I would want to represent that. Can I do that again with a cylinder? Hey, text-to-speech, my headphone's not even on.
My sprinkler goes like this.
Good text-to-speech coming from that.
And comes back like T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T
Hey, Justin.
T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T.
Wild, my man. Wild. All right. This slide's nowhere near this tall, right? So it stops there. There's the hump of the body this way with a back leg, which, you know, cylinder-like coming in. The body, the whole time, like from the neck, the body comes down and over. We have a head. Just get cylinders on the head. I can see the circle. Right, we have just say the ears on the side.
At.
You're gonna make me limit that feature again, my friend. Hello, hello. How are you doing? I see this comes down. Let's give that more of its shape. Because you're right, we don't have to construct all in three-dimensional shapes. Because I'm having a hard time imagining a three-dimensional shape. But this one, I think we just accidentally did it. What if that? And that attaches to the sphere. Which attaches to the neck. Which is in front of, attaches to a shoulder. Right, we've got all that furry shoulder. We've given that a sphere. To give that a more straight line cylinder. Behind that is we could say another light circle. Sphere comes down with a, we can even draw that as the straight on cube. What? It just did it once? Oh yeah, no, you didn't get the full at. You might have to put spaces in there to make that happen. Can't see the back leg right now, so let's focus this. Can we cube the whole body as one giant cube? We didn't accidentally do that. And then there's a paw, which we see side plane on. I'll take it. That works pretty good. Here we go.
For science.
By the way, for those who haven't figured it out yet, we're multi-streaming. We've got a little bit of Twitch and a little bit of YouTube. And one of them has push to talk, which we implemented ages ago. A little bit of fun. Okay, you know what? I don't hate that. And it started with the comment that maybe we try to
paint
use
me like
other
one
shapes.
of your French girls.
I don't know any French girls. It's a shame. Hard to say. Am I looking at? I'm looking down at him, so theoretically this is... How's your day, by the way? You got any Marvel Rivals in? I'll be playing a bunch this weekend, I think. I do have D&D on Saturday nights, but that's super late. I mean, I think my biggest problem with this photo... how am I multi-streaming? I've just got ATM multi-stream on OBS. So on my end, I'm just streaming twice. No rehosting. So the lines feel like a cheetah, but this was definitely like what it felt like intuitively, not what I observed. Which with 2 minutes we can look at in greater detail. If we were to take the same plane of the face, would I break it down differently? So the circle is prominent. It is in front of kind of this barely visible side plane. If it is all the side, we could almost say that's all the side, and it does curve kind of down and back. But that is more horizontal, and this is up there. The brow itself does come down, maybe more horizontal. It does become more horizontal. You're gonna play from like 5 to 8 or so. Okay, I should be on. Not maybe not exactly at 5. Brandy's getting home a little early today, so we may call the stream a little early. That being said, we've got this like top of the head here that we could also represent cube-like, right? So, in kind of a stretched out cube, does this do anything for us? Or, I guess more like if we were a real cube, kind of feeling our way into this, and this is all kinds of out of proportion. Because if that's parallel to that, it's parallel to that, with this curve in it. Parallel to that, to... Oh my gosh, so many lines. Alright, let's take a look back. And we'll look at a koala. Oh, not the turtle. Cool. Cheetah. Now, the only thing we could do, talk about the multi-stream real quick, to make this a little more congruent, because we do have 2 chats going, would be to put in a chat box. But you break Twitch's terms of service if you combine its chat with anything else. So the solution one solution is both chat boxes. But then we really start to just hide everything behind all of these boxes. So we've just kind of gone with minimalistic. I don't think we got a better cheetah out of that. So we're gonna go with what we had. Now we talk about this was fine. We could clean that up maybe in the actual art, the proportions as we talked about. I guess as we go into greater detail, we would see these things come out like that. Had to kind of break down the shoulder bit into pieces, but you can see there are big, you can kind of see. The big shape actually comes more out and around. We kind of represented that with this curve. I can kind of see it start to emerge as we choose and darken certain lines. We do get this muscular line in here, much better than the baby squirrel. Right, we can start piecing together some detail. XYVP, hello there, friend. Welcome. I am learning to draw. You've come just as we were practicing structure and breaking down critters. It's actually the second animal. Third animal. How many animals have we done? Third animal. We're on 2. See, I actually really like how we found this shoulder. I think that's a good lesson learned. Good luck with your drawing tree. Having fun? I am having fun. That's something that's been. I've had a lot of false starts with art and focusing a little bit more on the fun this time, going a long way. Not that we're not doing study work. It's definitely more like I'm not drawing the fun thing as much as I'm drawing the educational thing. But it's been good. We're just kind of exploring our structure thing we just did. See if I can find where all the lines really were. And seeing if it helped kind of tell the story of the piece. You can even see like the ear was drawn from feeling, not from the actual representation, because it would be more center of this circle. And even that's, going to be a bit out of proportion, but, we did have the whole of this circle here, and this circle, it's not a perfect circle. You can almost see that line there. But, hey, it's kind of working. The process is kind of working. If we would pull this back. Hey, Ross. Animals. That's tough. Good luck today. Hey, thank you. Thank you. We figured we'd pull away from people just a bit. People was also really hard. Changing it up. Oh, we're just going to cube that again, but I think proportionally that's fine. Yeah, all right. I think we're before we continue to draw on, and continue to draw on our scratches and more scratches. Let's do the next animal. I saw a koala, which I think feels more vertical to me. What you dream of drawing though? Your end goals? I think mostly anime manga stuff, right? Characters, whole stories, panels, right? I want to be so good that we can draw a rough sketch pretty quickly of an original or a referenced character. Put that down with some nice line work, pull it over to a hybrid scenario, get some good coloring, some good illustration. That'll feel good. That's just the general nebulous idea. Draw good characters, anime manga style. In for a ride. It'll be a journey. I look forward to it. I look forward to looking over and seeing learning to draw day 365 and being able to compare where we started, and then wherever we go from there. You have any favorite artists that you? Nothing yet. And there's my art history. I'm gonna pause for a minute. We have a 10-minute timer. My art history, my background ain't that great. Got a bunch of One Piece I'm stuck on. Got a couple Like about 100 volumes over there. And if at the end of the day I took some style across some of my favorite manga artists, I'd feel pretty good about it. But we'll see where we end up, right? Because I don't know. Yeah. You ain't getting somewhere if you don't know where you somewhat want to be. Or you know, Pierce. True. There's a journey. There will be a journey. We're gonna try to walk that journey in a line, but you know, hey, not every journey is a straight line as much as I'd like it to be. I imagine I would love to go relatively in a straight line, but we're probably gonna find our way a little bit roundabout. All right, koala. For real, gotta look at art. Gotta look for art you want to draw, artists that you resonate with. I gotta unlock that side of my brain. Which side is the artistic side? The right side? The left side? In similar fashion, I'm a musician who doesn't really listen to music anymore. Not terrible advice, taking stylistic bits from other artists does help. And that's, I hope, pause this koala again. And that's what I hope to do with a little bit of reference. But I am worried. I am a little worried about, you know, I'm going to reach over for the One Piece bit. What my worry would be, is finding myself too deep in one style. And I don't know. I don't know what I don't know. So this is not a. I'm not talking as an expert. I'm just my flow of thought. It's my train of thought. I'm trying to understand my own path. I would hate to like only be able to draw one thing. So I'm trying to find references and styles, kind of in the vein, and find my place. Where's the bad one? Because I was really proud of those. Let's show the ugly stuff. Right? We're exploring that still. I think we're still exploring. Don't know. We're all braided. Hey, appreciate it. It is really, the Zoro back there is a shame. Because I do like a good Zoro. But we spent a long time... Where's it at? Trying to get this angle right. We had to move on. Ba-boom-boom. But hey, if you have specific recommendations for, I'd say specific recommendations for artists, but I guess I gotta find those myself. I need to explore more. I need to get out. This is one of my problems, right? I'm gonna grab the book. This is one of my problems with art. One Piece is a great story. When I'm reading One Piece, or I'm reading any of this manga, I find myself going from speech bubble to speech bubble to speech bubble. And I have to stop myself. I'll occasionally remember, like, hey, slow down. Look at the picture. Because I feel like I want to be an artist, but I don't have an artist, like, intuition or mind yet. We're working on that. We're flexing that. But we'll get there. If you're a musician, you know how the battle is mostly in your head. Grew up as let's see, damn those anime drawings looking very good. Thank you. I haven't yet put it, like I did a couple. I liked them, they were good, and I haven't done it for a couple of days. I don't know if I'm hiding from it, but next week. I think we're focused on we're in a good place. I think I'm having fun on this portion of study. We haven't like sat down, thrown another manga panel up and drawn it in a day. I guess one day. We didn't do it yesterday. Let's not pretend like I've missed out on a month worth of art. All right, let's do it. Let's draw the koala. So, one koala. I'm gonna focus on one koala. We see what, like a... I mean, this is a circle. This is a circle if I've ever seen a circle. I don't want to simplify it. So I've got a circle. All right, let's just put down some general koala circles. He's got the ear. I mean, that's what I see in the ear, right? We see this like line here. It's very furry, and it extends, feels like it's down the side of the face, and a bunch of fluff and fur. Right. See, this shape I have drawn isn't the shape I'm seeing. It's part of my problem. It's not even that low down. It needs to be kind of here. And it is just a bunch of fluff and fur, but we're simplifying it into some kind of shape. Hello there, Kez. Welcome, welcome. You have made it to the koala part of the stream, where we are trying to see basic shapes and simplify what we see. Now, somebody did kindly talk me, I say, a little bit away from all three-dimensional shapes, but we'll see what we find. We're trying something. So we had the nose was kind of up there, and there's a whole bunch in the nose. There's a whole bunch to this nose that I've not done, and I think I've misseen it, because it's more a triangle with, like, there's a lot of detail here, and we're getting into the detail. All right, big shapes, big shapes, and we didn't leave any room on the paper. This head takes up all of it, and as soon as I looked over here, we have just a body that, I mean, it extends. Like, we just a straight line that way, right? And we've run out of room. But let's work with our problem. I feel like we see a line and a circle here with the white of the fur. It's very fluffy, but there's a, like, this front part of the face comes out more, and we see that in this, like, section between the eyes. Sure we're not drawing a FNAF. Alright, we're getting into detail, and I'm trying to stick to shapes. So, let's put some thick committal lines on things. Maybe better lines than that, but some thick committal lines out here. And there is this. There it is. I think I see this front plane of the face kind of come in there. Now it has a top. Are we adding 3 dimensions to it now? Are we doing that well? I think more of maybe more of a cylinder. There. This tilt that I've got going in this direction is more that direction. Is it? No. That nose is a nose is a nose. Alright. Right below the nose is the mouth. We've kind of misaligned this. Alright, we do have this circle now. We can bring that up. Let's get the big darken the circles. Are we seeing what we're seeing? Alright. Shoulders. He's got an arm. It kind of comes out from below his chin. Where did we decide the chin was? Are we reshaping the face? Is that a more panda shape? Did I hit that? No. Maybe. This arm does come down at about that angle. It lines up at the bottom with the hand, but what are the proportions? If you want to look at proportions, you could place some kind of grid on top of the reference image. True. There are some tools I haven't figured out whether I want to use them or not. Like, I'm avoiding a ruler so I can practice the straightness of my lines. I'm trying to eyeball proportions a little better so I'm not overlaying the image, but grid might be a thing. It's just a little longer. Okay, this arm is a little longer than the head. It's a little longer. So if that is dot, I mean, that's close-ish. I'm a little longer than the head. Let's call it there. We got 2 minutes before I'm going to force myself to move on. So what can we see different? We can see this is kind of a curve. He's got a finger, a claw, like a big ass claw. All right, let's we're gonna make non-committal ovals apparently. It's a little shorter and thinner. All right, we've got kind of the direction of the claws, the hand, and it comes out, we can see, like, there's a lot of fur, there's a lot of fluff. I can see some major action curves. Like, there's the foot, which he's got like on the tree branch. We got 33 seconds left, so let's throw down, try to throw something, the major motions here. This is all chest fur, right? Okay, yeah, we can see that kind of coming alive. The neck goes a little more out there. Awesome. Another monkey next photo. So, whew. Let's see. Or use something like your pen to measure. So I am trying to use the penciled lead. And I'm trying to hold it up at distance and kind of see it. So we're trying to use some of those tools. You know that stereotype of painters using their brushes and pointing to the person. They'd be measuring using their pencil. Yeah, and I think I have the idea generally, like, keep the arm straight, right? And I get a reference on the image, and I see like how many pencil leads tall the head is, and it's about 2 from my perspective. And then the arm itself is, well, yeah, about 2.5 up to the wrist. That's right? I got the right idea? Hell yeah. All right, so we pull it back up so I can, like, we don't want to immediately move on. I want to try to see what I didn't see. And we're simplifying, so we would definitely be working to, you know, improve and build upon this. Like, immediately what I see is the shoulder here does not carry over this far. Whatever's happening, it's up from the armpit, it's over. And again, we're drawing straight lines with all this fur. This one, it actually feels straighter. Now that I look at it again, if I'm following, I guess it depends on how I'm looking at the fur on his arm up here, but we could totally see a straight line if we wanted to. I did see this, but that could also be a curve. Last moment I did notice this bit, but I think what's probably the most, all of it's rough, but the most, is there a most concerning? I think it's just the head shape and the proportions, right? And I didn't place them in good areas, right? So let's look at that. Do it in your head, like you hear melodies in your head. Eyeballs. All right, so if we draw a line between the eyes, what do we see? We actually do see the top of this nose. Maybe it crosses it a little more. Now, at the bottom of the eyes, what we didn't do is this point here, the top of this. So this triangle, we kind of didn't, was higher up. Now, of course, that had the rest of the nose went around, and that's where we had the mouth. So there, right there, we can see an immediate reference we didn't catch in the center of the eyes. The koala's nose is higher than we gave it credit for, and then we could do the whole, rest of the owl. Do the rest of the owl, right? And even that, I know I'm putting in the red lines, feels a bit more like a koala, just from the nose being in the right place. Just kind of putting down marks to see if I can see it. Let's take away some of these lines. That's more bear-like, which reframes a lot of the head. And this isn't a flat-on circle. I think I started to see that when we started to see this shape here. I still think this is a good shape. The head. And we do the. Can we almost do a cube if we want to cube that out? Does that tell the story better? It might, because then we could talk about shit. If we make more lines, do you know that it looks better? Not. Camera bump. Alright, so what I was just seeing, if I allowed myself that line as a cube, kind of a elongated, exploding cube that we're looking at in three-dimensional space, we actually have more of the right side, don't we? Like if we, is that what we see? I mean, a little bit. But his whole face does look like it's fanning out on both sides. So maybe that's just another shape on the shape. Cylinders. Now we're just making shit up. Cylinders. Because koalas are made of cylinders. Alright. We are not qualified to do this entire assessment. Yeah, I think we're exploring digital simultaneously. I've given myself Thursdays. So on Thursdays we're gonna pull up the tablet. We're gonna do digital work. I've got a, actually I can pull it up right over here. We can flash the screen. Here we go. Oh, not that one. We can flash the screen. We got the whole tablet set up stuff. So I would like to understand the software. I would like to make sure I'm translating the things I'm learning from paper over digitally. And I think when I work, I want to work in both. But there's part of me that just wants to get the fundamentals down here primarily. But I'm not skipping out on the digital bits. So what you're seeing is definitely like, attempt number 25 at getting into art and learning these things. And all of the tools I have here are things I've gathered over previous attempts. So yeah, we happen to have a tablet and an iPad and a draft board and way too many sketchbooks. But now it's time. We're gonna put into use. You're certified 5-star art backseater in Clip Studio Paint. I tell you, Clip Studio Paint as a piece of software, it's good. I love it. It's gonna take me time to know all the tools at my disposal. We got into it a little bit yesterday. We were working with, layers and opacity, layer folders, brush thickness. We really stuck to the G pen. But those are like every time we sit down on a Thursday and we explore a little bit more, we're going to add something else to our tool belt. Like multiply for shading, I think. Yeah, take it easy. We're definitely going to have some fun. If you let me, I could give you tips. Yeah, and here's my general philosophy, and then we're shaping it. My general philosophy for tips are I welcome them. I'm not taking like drawing requests. I know I had somebody come in and ask me to draw something. Because we're definitely on a learning process. Two things I would really love. If you think that the things I'm focusing on are in the wrong direction. Let's say like right now I'm doing kind of sketching and construction of an animal. I'm trying to find the simple shapes in the creature. We worked on lines, we worked on perspective, we're trying to put it together maybe a little early. If you say to yourself like, oh man, this is wrong, it would be better for you to learn kind of A, B, and then C before you go to D. Like those are the kind of feedback. Those are the bits of feedback that help me plan my syllabus because I'm self-taught. I'm in YouTube tutorial hell. Trying to find the right things in the right order is big. And then yeah, as I'm going, if you're seeing things that you think are constructive criticism, great. Like I know a line when it's not straight or when it's not confident. Like, it's not as helpful to tell me that your line sucks. We had somebody earlier today really helping me understand when I was drawing a shape, how to start with the big movements and get measurements on the bigger lines first and then drop into detail. Like we worked on that a bit and that was nice. So I guess, use your judgment and I'll give feedback. Pluvian says, might be a bit too complex to start with all that. This part, Okar says, I can't believe you rejected the Trogdor request. It was something else, and it was my intuition says it was a character from like a young adult book with animals. I think. I didn't recognize the character they requested. Trogdor I like. Be here for the long run. Hey, and I hope we have progress to see. You mentioned shapes, perspective, construction. You're tackling basic form, complex forms, animal, people. Yeah, it is a bit. Yeah, that's fair. But do I draw lines for 6 hours for like 3 weeks, and then do I take on like squares for 6 hours for 3 weeks, like 6 hours a day for 3 weeks? Like building it, I guess, is my that's the syllabus building question about the speedrun fundamentals. Well, the idea is hopefully we do a little bit of line work for a day. We practice it a little bit. We move on to the next thing. We kind of go through A, B, C, and then we hit back on A, B, C again. And we go A, B, C, D, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, and we hit it again and again. That's my idea. The one rule I'm gonna gonna keep, and this wasn't something I failed to do in the past, was fun. If I'm not having fun with the study work, because kind of all we've done today, and I'm still having fun. If I stop having fun, I'm gonna pull up just a manga, and we're gonna draw like Gojo, right? Or we're gonna draw Vegeta. Like we're gonna. That's like the one caveat. But I mean, if the answer is literally you should draw lines for the next 100 hours, I'll draw lines for 100 hours. That'd be great. If that's the fastest way to do fundamentals is 100 hours of lines, I'm in it. I would love it. I would sit here and draw lines for 100 hours, knowing that I'm focusing on the right thing. Nah, you're gonna feel it when you practice too much. Gonna feel numb most of the pain though. I have a full-ish syllabus. Then I definitely not dump 100 hours of lines. Right. So there's a good proportion. And if you got a syllabus, I'll take it all day. I don't have a Discord code for YouTube up, but I can type it into my Twitch stream and get a Discord link I can drop into YouTube. If you've got syllabuses or, big links, pictures, guides, things you think are good to look at, that's my Discord link. It's not like a primarily art Discord. This is kind of my personal Discord, which over the years is my streams and my YouTubes have evolved for all these personal projects I take on. Starting with StarCraft, we're at art. We're in the art phase we're the art arc of my life. But generally, that's where I'm at. That's how to get a hold of me. We had another picture. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. I don't know if I want to do another monkey like creature. Bear like, I guess monkeys aren't koalas. It's in a tree. XYVP, you say that. I don't know. Is Pluvium grandis? Are you a big deal? I say that in all sincerity. Either way, welcome. Glad to have you. There's a cat on the screen. Cat. All right. We did a cat earlier. It was a bigger cat. And immediately big lines. Well, and I tell you there, XYVP, this is how you meet them. I don't know what I don't know. I think I like what we did earlier with the box here. Right, just kind of like give the cat nostril a square. A kind of a plumped out square in my case. Make that a circle. And I'm kind of just drawing the detail at that point, I feel like. So let's move on. We've got a line of... Is this the line of gesture? Maybe big circle. There's the thigh in front of it, right? We feeling a thigh? At what level? It actually comes all the way out. So maybe it extends a bit farther on what I've kind of... This is like the highlighted part, this line I'm drawing here. It's like joining some artist streams sometimes just to watch. I don't know where to dump the syllabus. You can DM me directly if you want. I should be just at the top of the user list, or anywhere you'd like. I'm not picky. Cuban Mike, I was painting earlier. Oh, that sounds fun. I don't paint much. I think the last thing I painted was a coffee cup at one of those like paint your own ceramic shops, and that was fun. I'm still drawing this foot way back, and actually I need to bring it to like here. Cats are a shape. Now, before I continue, I think take that advice from earlier and like measure a proportion here. So we're gonna use the cat's just about the length of my pen. That doesn't help me at all. That's the whole figure. The head is I mean it's so far 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1/5 of the cat's body. Let's do that again. Not including the tail, it's about 1/5. So let's see where we're at. That's a pretty big head. Yeah. The head's real big for what we have for the rest of the body. So let's fix that. Even the body shape as it comes kind of down and around, there's weight here, feels like. But let's remeasure this. So the big fat part of the cat. It's more than half the cat. This is more than half of the cat, which is why this foot felt wrong, which is a proportion thing, right? I really like that. So I would like all of my circles. Time to destroy good looking circles. Well, if I don't take the good advice when I get it. Alright. So, this is more than half the cat. In fact, it probably elongates itself. It's not even a good, like the circle's not even in proportion with itself. I want to say something like that. It actually comes up more, and we get this. Alright, let's stick with that. Let's keep the simplified shape. Let's take out some of all this scratching, searching mess. For now. Alright, so this is about... God, it was like 2/3, wasn't it? It was like out of 5, it was like 3/5. Yeah, it's 3/5. So what? Split it in 3 parts, kind of thing. Like eyeball that, and then that's a little. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. I guess we don't. We have a pencil or a pen. We could put it against the thing and get equal parts. All right, let's see. Hello there, frostbite birds. Hello. All right, so it's about here to the head, right? We've got this shape. We've got this leg as a bottom. You can't actually see this line there, so let's not draw that. We're really light, so sorry if you're having a hard time seeing the lines I'm putting down. I guess that's super light. We can still commit to a better circle. I can't even see which circle I'm committing to. Well, Pluvium, you're just hanging out. Pluvium and XYVP, you guys are hanging out everywhere. You say I should know my peers. I need to start exploring the YouTube art scene. My apologies. I don't know it. Ooh, see, here's my problem. That's not my problem. There's a lot of problems, but the height now. Like, I've kind of got a measurement, but now the height's wrong. I gotta start hanging out and seeing. I guess if I watch more people, I learn more what I don't know. Don't know what you don't know. But I'm just a guy learning to draw. Nothing special here. There we go. There we go. There's more to it, but simplified, right? That feels a little better. Alright. Oh, well, this curve sucks. That circle sucks. Let's fill in that circle. Take out some of these searching lines. There we go. Circle. Square. Or cube? Cube. By peers, you mean artists. Wow, well, I guess I don't think of them as peers yet. But I understand. Watching this kind of helps me, actually, because I don't know what people don't know. Yeah, I'm probably going to say that. I'm probably going to say that a bunch. That's, oh, this angle. Because if anything, I'm a student. I like to consider myself a student of learning. I say that you can, as long as you can. Oh, I'm out of time. All right, let's put that ear on and let's think about what we've done. So it's actually incredibly helpful to have some people here to talk me through some of these things. All right. So I didn't really get much more than like the big lines and movements done, and even then, you know, we can see some stuff. We got to the perspective problem, which is not to say that our perspective is great, but it is proportions. And not that our proportions are great, but we stopped and we thought about it and we tried to do it purposefully. We focused a lot on, I think, this shape that we came to with the cheetah, but you know, I don't know. We've got some, definitely got some more specific. It looks more like a dog, honestly. When I'm looking at this, that's a dog. So I've got some lines maybe to think about. Maybe there. Maybe it's the fur. That's a dog. That's fine. Artists usually end up as lifetime students. So I always say doing backseating is quiet and egocentric behavior rather than kindly giving suggestions and feedback. And it always depends on how you do it, right? And how it's done. Or how much the person can handle. So I appreciate you asking earlier, do I take feedback? Because the answer is generally yes, until I don't. And I don't know where that line is until we hit it. This leg kind of makes me, this belly, it's not even belly, because the leg was like back here. This makes me feel like the leg. This makes it feel like a whole thigh, and that's where I'm seeing I mean, that's the skin bunched together there, right? So, and the bend in the cat, if you will. That is the bend in the cat. The leg, I keep saying but, like I'm moving on. We're like I'm word vomiting right now. What do we have? Like we have the paw was supposed to be kind of in here. That is just a dog. I don't know what I have to do to make that look like a cat, but it's simplified, kind of incomplete. So what can we do next photo to get the basic shapes down to a recognizable picture? Like what are, because we spent a lot of time just kind of like throwing the hand around. Commit faster, bigger lines faster, start with the measurements. Just run it back and do it again and repetition. Yeah, see another perspective and understanding your own sober perceptions from the self and realize how others learn and decide for themselves. If you're fine, what best for you, you're golden. It's exciting watching people learn art. See, my understanding of art on Twitch and YouTube and live streaming stuff was it just a bunch of people doing what they were good at. So I don't know how many people are out here on their well, I'm gonna call it my 4th day with an asterisk. But I guess everybody, we said lifelong student, and I don't go to every art stream, so I don't actually know what people are doing. Oh, that's a donkey. We could do a donkey, right? I could make up a basic shape of a donkey, probably. I'm bouncing my camera all around too, aren't I? We're not even seeing the whole page. I don't know. You're getting some rambling thoughts. All right, let's say that we see an oval. From the oval, I feel like we see I feel in like a shape, kind of like a I'm feeling a shape. Fuck. Excuse me. Let's go with that for now. Let's find that cylinder. I see the cylinder in the neck. Let's measure. Let's do the measuring. So if the head is approximately that long to the base of the neck. Microphone. Let's smack that around a bit too. Make sure you got the best audio quality. Alright, so it's about 1 head and then 2.5 heads for the body. And that is an angle in which we haven't found. We literally, I threw down just a triangle and an oval. Let's do this. So whatever this length is here at this angle here. I hope we commit to say something that size. We've got a body that is about I said 2.5, that's 3. Let's do that again. That's the base of the neck. Yeah, about 2.5. Right about there. Not quite a half. Hey Sergio, welcome. Welcome. Yeah, so sometimes we just gotta draw shapes, guys. Alright. So I'm gonna ignore the head of the donkey for a minute, because I think that's a fun and interesting complex shape, and I'm ready to fuck it up, I guess. What is the neck here? Is it, can I do this? Alright, cylinder would be great. Like, it would just be a cylinder that kind of did... kind of just a cylinder does this, right? Like, that's at the right size for the length of the head we've determined. Little thicker. We've been doing big shoulders with big circles. I don't see why this animal would be any different. Maybe, you know, more connected with the neck, like right there. The hind legs act as another big shoulder joint, right? Maybe a bigger one. Back leg's bigger. We find that line. We've got the shoulder joint that comes down and then over. If we take a knee here and it comes back in on itself, is that the gestural line? Like kind of, I don't know whether it's the bicep or the, wait, yeah, animal, another joint, right? Joint, we're fine. We're kind of Michelin manned it, but let's just feel it out. Okay, this shape comes down and over. Like, this is what I instinctively want to do, is this shape here, rounding out the ass of the ass. This one closes in. Is it this thin? Is that kind of where we go? This comes out to about the middle of the belly, the leg. Are we oversizing the leg? That's bigger than the head. That's about right. So let's try, this is still bigger than the head. It comes to a, let's give it a joint. And a hoof. As a, I guess another, it's almost another cylinder. You can kind of see, I mean, the bottom of the hoof is cylinder shape, right? Like that should be the easiest thing we've done. I have not even hit the start button, so we'll hit start. Nope. No. We just did cat. Hit play. I just want to see the timing. We'll say we're about halfway through. Now that knuckle is very visible. It's a little bigger than the hoof. And start there. Now that immediately looks like it's the wrong angle. All right, let's erase the first set of the leg. Let's give this a more cylindrical bend, and theoretically, right, we've got a, I've been putting the ball joints on there. I don't know if that's the right way to express it. All right, so this is on top, this bit here. Let's, I don't know, that feels, I'm searching, I'm finding, I'm searching, I don't know if I'm finding. We definitely have, let's say like right here, that's, you know, hoof and line. which gives a hoof. Nope, higher. So we actually have the U shape right there. I think maybe we've elongated the torso a bit much, like this elbow doesn't have a good connection to the it doesn't have a visible connection to the shoulder, so I think I was definitely drawing on feeling, and that's too far out. Let's focus a little bit on the head. Let's finish this thought. So this is easily a cylinder. The bottom of a hoof, right? We've got hoof. The arm almost completely encapsulated by the, I'm going to say bicep, but I don't know the parts. I don't know the parts of an ass. So we're going to go with this shape for now. Yeah, if we put another ball joint there like we have been, maybe it blends in, but it's also behind the way it tucks in. So let's give that the depth it needs. Shoulder in front of the neck. Okay. I've successfully left myself barely enough room. So simplifying let's get the outer shape. I immediately like what that did, but doesn't mean it's correct. What do we have here? So if I'm drawing the outlines kind of as I see them, there's a lot of shapes here. Is that a side plane? Or that's just a hair highlight? Because you know, like, there's a flat nose, right? So I kind of want to give it a flat nose. And I suddenly look like I'm drawing a shoe. Or a dragon. Are donkeys secretly dragons? More here. That's more dragon-like. I feel like we're just in the dragon territory now. Let me do it. All the scruff. If you take the scruff of hair and you cut it, you know, now dragon. Things we're seeing. So there's a hairline, hair. My biggest ones is I've picked up a pair of Proco classes for basic drawing and figure drawing, and a little bit of Drawbox. I've kind of been bouncing around between those two methods. Plus feedback that I get a little bit. I've gotten a little bit of feedback here. It's kind of informed where I'm going. Gosh, I even look at this like the back is above the shoulder, and we've drawn like the side. We've not drawn like the perspective. He's not like laying down. He's laying. It's like his mid-run. So we've got some depth problems. Oh, absolutely. I've even got even had Pluvium throw me a whole syllabus. A whole syllabus. We're gonna do two-dimensional shapes here right now. We're gonna try to find the outlines of the shape in 2 dimensions. I mean, it looks like a donkey in the same way that this looks like the back of a donkey. We've got something going for us. I can see that the circle, this fluff of hair, which we've turned into a circle, kind of does take up more of the face. I can move that forward a bit. This line, I see the line here into the neck. It is an angle. It is one of angles. Maybe the head also needs to be moved kind of that way. We have just drawn... Well, we've drawn what we've drawn. Y'all can see what we've drawn. I'm gonna sit on this one for a minute, hit the pause button. Alright. Maybe you should consider start by drawing trees with interesting roots, stones, etc. You would still learn from flow and gain mileage, but it's definitely simpler. It is definitely the second time I've heard the opinion that we might be in too complex of a territory right now. So that's entirely fair. That is entirely fair. We've got... I think this was like in the basics... Was it in the basics drawing? This was like an assignment. This was like the next assignment on the list. I might have skipped one. Huh. It's too easy to get demotivated when you draw things with complex animals, even animals which we as humans are so familiar with. Well, that's fair. I want to say I have a strong tolerance for demotivation. But anything that makes this path more clear, like if there's a step between where I'm at and where I'm trying to be right now, I'd love to give it a run. We took a step back from humans, by the way. This was the day after humans. 2 days after humans? We did humans for 2 days. I'm upside down. We tried to do... Oh, there's shapes. We did shapes today. This was kind of our step back. Is that... Yeah, humans. We did a couple of poses. We did more of them digitally yesterday. Where we ended up spending too much time on the line work and the shape work and not enough time constructing. Right here. Boop. And so, you know, maybe animals aren't a step back. But I'll gladly take something. There's a more helpful approach. Mind in the right place? I'm glad to hear it. Oh, y'all can't even see the whole donkey. I can see the whole donkey. I should make sure you guys can see the whole donkey. Oh well. If I mess with the reference box here, we can totally bring the ass. You can see more of the head, at least right here. Big things I'm seeing with the lines. Big things I'm gonna see. So we're just talking contour. That line comes around. But there's the rise. You know, I probably should... Can I put these, like, side by side? Can I see more of it here? Because I think maybe the snout needs to be more narrow, right? This could do work there. This does look missing, I think, depth. And I've shown depth through, what, like, hiding this limb behind this limb, right? Behind... I couldn't tell whether the shoulder or the... Which one is this? A bicep? Is that a bicep? Is that a bicep? Is that a bicep? There's a bicep in here. Anyway, I couldn't tell which one of these lines superseded the other or was in front of the other. We're kind of working in here. Folds under. I think we're missing a good way to show depth in the shapes, and we struggled with that in another place. Wow, we put a lot of pages in today. It was right here where we took some time to show shapes behind shapes behind shapes until we felt good about kind of these poses. So I think in the same way, I need to figure out depth on those angles. 1 second. So I think in the same way, it wouldn't be terrible to try to figure out how to show it there. But yeah, simplified. Does that look like a donkey? I think it looks like a dragon. Oh, boy. All right, so what do we have? A couple of animals. What's the next animal? I have a couple paths moving forward. Some good suggestions. Maybe the syllabus. Couple good messages. Pluvium, I assume you're hacker man. That is a big breakdown. Thank you so much. But please, wall text anytime. I will give that time and energy while I'm not live. But I think we're at a good point for the day. It's kind of where I'm going. It's Friday. The missus is home a little early. We've got some good stuff to think about. We do have a bit of a schedule snafu next week. We're going to be starting a little late on Monday because I have an orthodontist appointment. We're going to be starting... So Monday, Tuesday, I'm here, but I'm gone for a week. So my assignments to myself are to figure out my assignments to myself. I'm going on a vacation. I'm going to take a sketchbook with me and some pens, and we're going to try to work out some lessons Wednesday, Thursday through Wednesday. So next week, Monday, Tuesday. The following week, Thursday, I'm back. Is all I'm getting at. We're going to be gone. I haven't given up. If you don't see me live for the second half of next week or the first half of the week after. But there are no big plans or schedules, and we'll be 5 days a week here. I kick it off about 11 a.m. Central, and we usually go to about 4:35 Central. We're kicking it off. We're stopping a little early, just a little bit early today. But you guys have been really good. You guys have been awesome. I actually didn't expect YouTube. We're multi-streaming for the first time, and we're getting like a whole bunch of good feedback, and I'm surprised it's coming from the YouTube side of things. So that's nice. That's nice. So it's really awesome to have you guys here. It is going to be a journey. We're going to number the days that we stream, but this won't be representative of the full days. We're going to do some stuff off stream. I'll show those off when the time comes. I'm excited. I feel motivated. I feel driven. If not with a whole bunch of things to learn all piled on top. So thank you so much. We don't have an outro. We're out of here, guys. Have a fantastic weekend, and I'll see you on Monday.